Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? I'm Diane Pittman. I'll be your moderator today. Welcome to the live recording of Bart Ehrman's new course. It's called Why I'm Not a Christian, How Leaving the Faith Led to a Life of More Meaning and Purpose. We are recording today, just so you know. The basic schedule is this. We will have 4 lessons of about 40 to 45 minutes with a 10-minute break in between, an extended Q&A at the end this time, finishing up around 3 o'clock. Chat will be open during breaks and during Q&A, but it will be closed during the lectures. Now, what we're going to do is take questions for the Q&A in the Q&A function, which is down at the bottom of your screen. It's near the chat, but we're not taking questions in the chat. We're taking questions in the Q&A. So everybody take a moment to locate the Q&A button at the bottom of your screen. We're not using the raise hand feature, so forget that. It won't hurt anything if you raise your hand, but it won't get you anywhere either. At the second break, we're going to be having a major announcement of a major new thing, so please stick around to at least that break. And I want to remind you, since we are recording, if you can't stick around for the whole day, that's fine. You'll be able to see the entire video after we get it up in a couple of days, and you'll have lifetime access to it. Now, since we are recording an online course, I may have to stop Bart once or twice to re-record something if he stumbles or says the wrong word. So that might be a little weird. It's okay. Okay. I want to make sure we've got Bart with us. Well, we've got a raised hand. We're not going to. Can you folks all hear me? Bart?
Hello.
Oh, you're here. Yay.
Good afternoon from where I am.
Okay, Bart, I'm going to go ahead and give the formal introduction if you're ready to go.
I hope so.
Okay.
We'll see.
All right. Dr. Bart Ehrman has written or edited 33 books, including 6 New York Times bestsellers: How Jesus Became God, Misquoting Jesus, God's Problem, Jesus Interrupted, Forged, and the Triumph of Christianity. And his latest book, just out in April, is Armageddon: What the Bible Really Says About the End. Bart is the James A. Gray Distinguished Professor of Religious Studies at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, where he has taught thousands of students and won numerous awards. Take it away, Bart.
Okay, great. Thanks, Diane. Thanks for doing this, and thanks to all of you for coming. As Diane pointed out, this is a course, but it's a kind of an unusual course. You may know that I have courses that I've been doing on areas of my expertise, the New Testament and history of early Christianity, and these are available at my just at my website. You probably know that, but it's bartehrman.com. You can go to online courses to have a bunch of courses. This course will be very different in some ways, because this is really more about my personal life in relationship to my scholarship, and not just my scholarship. One of the things I'll be emphasizing is that my scholarship is not what ultimately led me away from the faith, but I'll be talking about some issues of biblical and scholarship of early Christianity, and other issues that will be relevant to my topic that can be considered as academic issues as well as autobiographical. Diane also mentioned several of my books, and some of the issues that I'll be talking about today, I do address briefly in some of my books, especially three of my first books, actually, for a popular audience, Misquoting Jesus, God's Problem, and Jesus Interrupted, deal with aspects of what I'll be doing today, but I'll be talking about other things today and giving a fuller account. Right. So I am going to be sharing my screen, and so you will be able to follow along with my PowerPoints, and you will be able to see me in a little box. Don't worry, I won't feel too boxed in. Okay, I'm trying to share my screen there. I'm considering my screen shared. Right. I want to take that out. Good. Okay. Great. This will be four lectures, the first one of which is called My Escape from Fundamentalism. So I begin with a little brief introduction about the strange world of an atheist New Testament scholar. That would be c'est moi. That's me, the atheist New Testament scholar. And I've got to tell you, it's a rather weird world that I live in. There are not too many atheist New Testament scholars in the known universe, but I happen to be one of them. I am a New Testament scholar who started out, like most New Testament scholars, I would say, as a person of faith within the Christian tradition. Eventually, I left the faith, and so there are a lot of New Testament scholars who have doubts about their faith because of their scholarship. Not too many of them that I know of have left the faith. I also know a number of people who have left the faith, and very few of them are New Testament scholars. Just being a New Testament scholar in a major research university, a secular research university, is not the most common profession on the planet. And I can tell you, it makes for rather strange conversation at cocktail parties. What do you do for a living? Oh yeah, I'm a New Testament scholar. Okay, what do you do with that? And then, but being an atheist scholar also leads to interesting conversation. You're on an airplane, and the person next to you wants to know what you do, and you say you're a New Testament scholar, and then they start talking about their religious convictions, and it's a little bit hard to say, yeah, well, actually, I'm not a believer, and they say, what? So, well, anyway, that's me, and it is a kind of a strange phenomenon, but I'm going to explain in part why it is that I'm both a New Testament scholar and an atheist. The goals of these lectures are to lay out one person's experience with issues related to the truth claims of the Christian faith. I'm not seeing these as definitive for anything or normative for anything. I have had a faith journey, as have many, possibly most of you, and I want to share my experiences as somebody who not only has had a faith journey, but has a faith journey while being an expert on the materials that are at the root of the faith that he's left. And so that's the idea. So the plan of the lectures is I'm going to give 4 lectures. The first lecture will talk about how I first became a committed evangelical Christian as a teenager, and then how I eventually, through my research, moved away from a kind of a fundamentalist understanding of the Bible to a different kind of Christianity. In the second lecture, I'll be talking about why I left the Christian faith altogether for reasons unconnected with my biblical scholarship in the second lecture. The third lecture, I'll be dealing with the disincentives I had for leaving the faith, the fears I had about leaving the faith. Many people who have left the faith have found it to be very traumatic, as did I. It was emotionally very difficult for me, as it has been for many people, and is for many people now, including some people watching and listening to this. My final lecture then ends with the question of how you can find meaning and purpose in the world if you now live in a world without God. For those who've never had God in their lives, that's possibly kind of a strange question to ask. But for people who are committed Christians, it is frequently driven into our heads that if there's no God, there is no purpose, no meaning, no reason to live. You'll become a nihilist, and there's no point in existence. Well, I want to address that in my final lecture because I don't think it's true. And in fact, I'll be arguing that even though I won't be opposing religion, and I'm not going to be trashing Christianity at all in these lectures, I will be saying that for me, leaving the faith has led to a life of more meaning and purpose. That's a personal experience, and that's not one that I expect anybody to try to replicate. We all have our own paths. So my plan is to have these 4 lectures, and what's not in the plan is, as I just indicated, my plan is not to try to convert anybody to my views. It's not to deconvert anybody from their views. It's not to make anybody non-religious. It's to talk about my experience as a way of introducing you to one person's perspective that may or may not be helpful for you. I have, in my life, I've found it helpful to read other people's stories about their faith journeys, and so this will just be one of those. One guy's story. So that's the setup. So I want to begin by talking about my conversion to conservative Christianity. I emphasize the conservative Christianity because I was born into a Christian. I was born into a Christian household. I was born in Lawrence, Kansas, which had the virtues of being a university town, which had a big effect on me in many ways. But it was in Kansas, it was in the Midwest, and it was a very conservative state. And I grew up in a conservative family, socially, politically conservative. We were churchgoers, and I was indeed raised as a Christian. My family went to the Episcopal Church when I was growing up. And so I was not growing up a evangelical Christian. My parents, probably my mom at least, would have said she believed in the Bible, but it wasn't something we talked about. The Episcopal Church was a lot more about ritual and liturgy and worshiping God, saying our prayers, confessing our sins. I became an acolyte, an altar boy, when I was probably 12 years old or so, was confirmed in the Episcopal Church, and stayed an altar boy all the way through high school, and so was active in worship services. And so I was a religious kid, but not kind of crazily religious. And like you wouldn't have, you wouldn't have seen any difference in my life up through my, sophomore year in high school from any other kid, other than we were all weird in our own different ways. And so I did have a religious upbringing to some extent. I'd say that my mother was more religiously oriented than my father, although in the end, both of them became very, very committed conservative Christians. When I was in high school, lots of things happened to me in high school, kind of like you. Lots of things that happened. One, I had 2 kind of twists in my life when I was in high school that really ended up mattering for my long-term life. I'm sure I had many, many twists, but these 2 were ones that, as I look back, I think of as being particularly important. And as I've thought about it, I realized that these 2 shifts in my being were in tension with each other in ways at the time I didn't realize at all. But looking back, I see, yes, actually, these 2 could be seen as being in tension, and in some ways were. First, I had a new birth. I was born again. When I was 15, I started going to a campus life Youth for Christ group, which wasn't obviously part of the high school, but it was something that happened outside of high school. Campus life is it's comparable to Young Life or one of these other organizations that's not directly connected with the church, but is a Christian organization. This campus life group was run by a rather charismatic personality, a mid-20-year-old fellow who had graduated from Moody Bible Institute and was very gung-ho on the Bible and was insistent that that people needed to commit their lives to Christ and to ask Jesus into their heart and accept Christ as their Lord and Savior. In other words, be born again if they wanted to be saved. For him, being a Christian was not a matter of being born to Christian parents or going to church or being raised in the church. And in a way, it wasn't even like believing in the resurrection or believing things. It was about having a born again experience. This group I found very attractive because most of the time we weren't talking about God. Most of the time we're just horsing around and doing social events, and it was fun. And lots of kids from the school went to this thing, and so I felt like it was kind of a nice variety of other things I was doing in school. I was mainly playing sports and hanging out with friends and eventually girlfriends. And now this was a different thing, and it seemed kind of right and good to me. And after being involved for many months, I decided that I wanted to take this leap into to be born again and to convert. It's a little bit strange because looking back, one wonders, well, what was I converting from exactly? It wasn't like I was like a Buddhist or a Muslim or something. I was a church-going Christian confessing my sins and saying prayers and everything every week. But I considered myself to have had a born again experience, and it was an exuberant experience for me emotionally and psychologically. And from that time on, I considered myself a serious Christian. It didn't affect everything in my life. I was a not so serious Christian many weekends with my buddies, but in any event, I was born again. The other thing that happened in high school for me that was significant, it will seem equally strange to many people, which is I developed a passion for being involved on the debate team. Really? Yeah. Okay. So the deal with that is that I had always been a competitive kid. I liked sports a lot. I liked playing sports. I liked playing golf and baseball and tennis, especially. And I was, on the tennis team. I played baseball all the way through, that kind of thing. And I really liked competition. But I didn't, I wasn't really kind of built for football, even though I loved playing football, but I really didn't have the physique for it. I wasn't that good in any of these sports really, but there's another way to get competition, and that was on the debate team. And so I decided to join the debate team already when I was a sophomore in high school, and I was a debater and I was okay. But my senior year, I got really passionate. Actually, between my junior and senior years, I got really passionate about debate and just threw myself into it. Before that, I had been a good student. Fine. I did fine. I was smart enough. I wasn't, I wasn't particularly brilliant, or I certainly wasn't particularly hardworking. But with this debate thing, I started throwing myself into it, and I developed these study habits, working on the debate topic for the year and figuring out how to do research. And I just ended up loving it. And it was a competition. It was another way to win something. And so I was very active in the debate team, and I had really smart friends on the debate team, not so much on my other teams. I was on the debate team. Oh my God. So until about 10 years ago, I used to tell people that the smartest group of people that I ever had hung around with were these other guys on my debate team, and women too. There were women and men on the team. There were 6 of us who were kind of the 3 top teams, and we were all guys, and we won the state debate tournament. And I was really into this. The reason I say that these two things are in tension is because the whole idea of debate is that you look at evidence and you argue a case, and you don't assume anything, and you try to show the flaws of somebody else's views. My born again experience was just the opposite. I accepted the authority of this charismatic youth leader and took his word for it, and accepted the Bible as the authoritative word of God without examining it. I simply thought it must be true. It just seemed right, seemed like to follow how I assumed life was, but that isn't how you do debate. And so at the time, I didn't realize that these two were actually, my approach to these two things were very different from each other, but I was passionate about both of them. And those two things ended up affecting my life rather drastically. So getting serious about the faith. I couldn't get very much more serious about debate after the season was over, my senior year. And so because, the season was over and that was that, but I did get more serious about my faith. When I was in high school, as I said, I was better than average student, but wasn't great. And I had no idea what I wanted to do for my future. I really didn't have an idea. I wasn't very imaginative. I didn't get much guidance. I thought I'd go to Kansas University. I kind of thought what I'd probably do would go to Kansas University and be on the debate team. That's what several of my colleagues did, including the guy who was my personal colleague in the high school debate. He and another guy on my team won the national debate tournament in college as sophomores at KU. So one of my ideas was to go to KU and debate, but I wasn't as good as them. I wasn't sure I'd go that far. So, but I didn't have any idea what I wanted to do for a career. My father was a businessman. He was a salesman for a corrugated box company who was on the road a lot throughout Kansas, was very good and successful in his career. My mother was a secretary who was very intelligent and very bright and very analytical, but neither of them had academic interests per se. I had no thoughts of going on and doing academic work when I was in high school, and no idea what I would do. I thought I'd probably go into some kind of business thing or something and just live in Lawrence my whole life as some kind of businessman. But as I got more intensely involved with the Youth for Christ group, this leader of the group convinced me that if I really wanted to be a serious Christian, I wouldn't go to a secular school like Kansas University or even a private liberal arts college. I would take my Christianity seriously, and I would go to Moody Bible Institute, where he had gone, which he said was the top school in the country for anybody who wants to learn about the Bible. I'm not sure actually, I am pretty sure how wide his knowledge base was about post-secondary education. I don't think he didn't have a wide database. But he was convinced by Moody because he went there, and here I went. I decided to accept his authority and decided to go to Moody. So I did. Moody Bible Institute, once we were there, we would say things like Moody Bible Institute, where Bible is our middle name. It was, oh my God. Yeah. This was hardcore Bible. It was a 3-year program. And so it wasn't a bachelor's degree. They didn't give a bachelor's degree yet at Moody, although they eventually started doing that. But they didn't then. It was a 3-year degree, a 3-year diploma. And if you wanted a degree, then you went to some other liberal arts college or whatever and transferred credits to get a degree. Because I was there for 3 years. And while I was there, I pursued both of my passions. I had, I had a passion for the Bible. And at Moody, when my friends were at places like Kansas University or wherever they went, they were taking classes in physics and in advanced calculus and in European history and in Victorian literature. And I was taking classes on the Gospel of John, the Gospel of Matthew, evangelism, apologetics, how you defend the faith. I was, and it was all that kind of thing, lots of classes on the Bible. And so I did not get a good liberal arts education. I mean, my first 3 years, I got none, basically. But I threw myself into it with the passion I had developed in my debating. And I just became a complete dedicated student, and just really went for it, and was, oh my God, I was crazy. Not like my friends who were pulling all-nighters at Kansas University by partying all night. I pulled an all-nighter once a week, studying all night. Outside of class, I would memorize entire books of the Bible, word for word, of the New Testament. I mean, just outside of class, I was just really passionate about the Bible. So I was passionate both about the study and the Bible. And so this is kind of the dual passions going together. My first semester at Moody, I was 17. I went there when I was 17. I was a little bit young, but I went at 17. My first semester, I had a class on the Gospel of John. And oh my God, This guy knew everything, the guy who was teaching this class. I mean, he seemed to be able to quote anything. He knew everything about the Bible inside out. And he's teaching this stuff. And there I was in the classroom about, like the third or fourth week, looking at this guy teaching. And all of a sudden I thought, this guy's teaching this stuff that I'm really passionate about. He's teaching that they're paying him to do this. I want to do that. And so at 17, I decided I wanted to become a New Testament scholar, and pursued it ever since. I do not recommend people do that to make career decisions at 17. It happened to work for me. One way that my contraries of my passion for study and for debate and for argument and for evidence combined with my passion for the Bible and theology and witnessing to other people, and was in the field of apologetics. Apologetics is the Christian discipline of defending the faith on intellectual grounds and trying to prove that it's right. I was very much into apologetics at Moody, and went at length to prove to people that Jesus was raised from the dead on historical grounds, that the Bible really was inspired, that Jesus really was born of a virgin, that God existed. I mean, I had all of the arguments, and I used them because for me, this was like debate put into Christian service. Okay, so my move to moderation. When I graduated from Moody, I definitely wanted to go to finish my degree, and I decided I wanted to go to Wheaton College, which is a high-level evangelical liberal arts college in Wheaton, Illinois. It is a very good school. When I was there, they advertised truthfully that among graduates, so if you do kind of per capita, per graduate, the number of graduates who went on to do PhD work, the percentage was the fourth highest in the nation of any university or college. So up there with the Ivy Leagues. It's absolutely true. It was true. And so I wanted to go there because I thought, well, I was competitive. I wanted to go to the best place. So I went there, and I majored in English literature. Didn't take Bible and theology classes because I'd been doing that for 3 years. I did take Greek, though. We had to have a foreign language, and they allowed me to take ancient Greek as my foreign language, and I really liked it, to my surprise. I never had been very good in languages in high school, but I really liked Greek, in part because, as opposed to high school where I just blew it off, I actually threw myself into it and just found it fascinating. And so I got really interested in Greek and studying the New Testament in Greek. That's why I took Greek, so I could study the New Testament. And I learned classical Greek, but then it started taking a lot of courses just, dealing with the kind of Greek that the New Testament's written in. And I decided, okay, so here was my decision. I was an evangelical. My first year at Wheaton, I'm an evangelical. I'm getting interested in Greek, and I decide I don't want to be another scholar among evangelicals. There are lots of scholars among evangelicals. I want to be an evangelical among the scholars. And so I developed the view that I wanted to go teach at a secular research university as an evangelical, teaching religious studies as a kind of mission, as a kind of ministry. And in terms of what I wanted my future research to be, I really liked Greek. And I especially was interested in the question of our Greek manuscripts of the New Testament, because I knew already at Moody, I knew that we didn't have the original New Testament. We have manuscripts, handwritten manuscripts by scribes who changed the text in lots of places, hundreds of places, thousands of places. And so it's important to figure out what the authors really wrote, because we don't have their original writings. We have later manuscripts that have been changed. And already at Moody, I realized this was a problem before I learned Greek, but I was completely sanguine that we could get back to the original text, and I saw the need for doing it. Because if God inspired the words, I wanted to know the words. And so I decided I wanted to study the Greek manuscripts of the New Testament so as to reconstruct the original text. And the expert in that field taught at Princeton Theological Seminary, Bruce Metzger. He was the world expert, one of the world experts, but arguably the top world expert on the study of Greek manuscripts. So I applied there, and I went there. And boy, was that a different universe for me. A brave new world. It's a Christian seminary training Presbyterian ministers, but I had heard that, from my friends at from Moody and then Wheaton, Princeton Theological Seminary, there aren't any Christians there. That was the line I got. And I knew that it was a liberal view of Christianity. And I thought, well, these people probably aren't really Christians, but at least I can study the Greek manuscripts there. And so I went. And when I went, what had happened to me at Wheaton continued to happen to me at Princeton Seminary, which is at Wheaton, I took classes in history, especially intellectual history, which I was very interested in and committed to, understanding the intellectual history of the West. And I took English literature classes. I loved Victorian literature, especially 19th century literature, when authors such as, the Victorian poets, especially Matthew Arnold, are realizing the problems of modernity and trying to wrestle with their Christian faith in light of the modern world. And I was interested in philosophical discourse to some extent. And I expanded my horizons at Wheaton because it's a liberal arts college, and went to Princeton, which wasn't expansive in a liberal arts way. But I took philosophy courses at Princeton with somebody who was from Oxford, did his PhD at Oxford in philosophy, and I got really taken with Plato. And one of the big things that Socrates and Plato emphasizes is the saying from the Delphic Oracle: know yourself, know who you are, dig into yourself and try to understand who you are. And so I thought, I need to think about who I am and what I really believe and what I really think. And I decided, I want to know, not just know thyself, I want to know thy subject. I decided that I really wanted to start looking at the New Testament in a deeper way than I had at Moody and at Wheaton. I learned Hebrew right off the bat and intensified my study of Greek, and took courses where we would examine the Greek New Testament and courses on the Hebrew Old Testament, studying it in Hebrew, and I really started digging deep. How deep were these courses? Well, just to give you one example, I did both my master's and my PhD at Princeton Seminary. One semester, I took a semester-long seminar on the book of 1 Peter, a book that I had memorized at Moody in English, word for word, but this was on the Greek text. 1 Peter is only 5 chapters long. We had an entire semester course on this 5-chapter book. And in this course, we only got through chapter 3. So, we really got into the Bible. And it wasn't from an evangelical point of view. My professors at Princeton were, almost all of them considered themselves committed Christians. Many of them were ordained ministers in the Presbyterian Church or in some other denominations. But they did not think that the Bible was the inerrant word of God. They believed that the Bible was a medium through which God spoke. God's word is in the Bible, but it's not a literally inerrant text that has to be taken word for word as what really happened. The Old Testament contains myths. The Old Testament contains legends and fables. The New Testament contains stories about Jesus that probably did not happen. The Gospels are at odds with each other. Paul didn't write some of his letters that are attributed to him. These were findings of critical scholarship, and Princeton Theological Seminary was very rigorous in terms of historical and critical scholarship, both in terms of literary scholarship and historical scholarship. At first, I completely rejected that view and put up the barriers and argued against it. For about 2 years, I simply wouldn't accept these critical views about the Bible. Things started changing in my 3rd year in my master's program, and then in a big way right before I started my PhD program. When my professors at Princeton Seminary would say, that there's a tension between Mark and Luke, that Mark has a different view from Luke, and in fact there are passages that contradicted. I didn't agree with them, and I could reconcile anything, and I did reconcile everything. I could especially reconcile big differences. And so if somebody would say the Gospel of John simply isn't presenting Jesus the way the Gospel of Mark was, these kind of big differences I had no trouble reconciling. What ended up getting me were small contradictions that showed me that the Bible could not be inerrant. I decided about maybe my second or third year in my master's program, training as a divinity student, a master's of divinity program. So this was a program training me to be a minister. That was the only program I could get into at Princeton Seminary. It's the only program they had, a master's of divinity. And so it included not just courses on the Bible and theology and church history. I especially liked the biblical theology course, the biblical interpretation courses, and the history courses. Those are the things I focused on. I had to take classes on pastoral counseling and on preaching and on running a church and things like that. But in the course of all that, I was thinking a lot about my theology and a lot about the issue of, is the Bible without error? Is it inerrant? And I came to a point finally where I just said, look, as a debater, I have to say that I can't decide the question ahead of time. I have to look at the evidence. And there are two options. You can start out, as I had done at Moody, you can start out by saying the Bible has to be inerrant. It has to be. If you say it has to be inerrant, then by God, it is inerrant. It's inerrant because there can't be any errors in it. And so naturally, if something looks like an error, it can't be an error because there are no errors. That's one way to approach it. The other way to approach it is to ask, is it possible that this book is inerrant? And look and see. There is nothing supernatural about an inerrant book. I mean, in theory, a phone book could be inerrant. It could be completely right up and down the line. That doesn't mean God inspired it. It just means somebody didn't make any mistakes. And so if you want to know if a phone book is inerrant, you just look up your address and see if they got it right, or your phone number, and you look up, you read it and you see. If you want to say that any work of nonfiction is inerrant, you read it and see if there are mistakes in it, or if there are contradictions in it that can't be resolved, or if it just makes historical claims that aren't true, and you look and see. And in my case, that's what I decided. Look, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to be open-minded. I know that if I work hard enough at it, I can get around anything. But, I can make anything so it doesn't look like an error. But is that really intellectually honest? I mean, are there places where actually there might be errors? And for me, it was the little things that ended up doing it. It's like you look for the smallest of all seeds. In Mark chapter 4, Jesus is telling the parable of the sower, the parable of the mustard seed, which gets sown in the ground. And Jesus says that it's the smallest of all seeds, but then it grows into a huge plant, and that's like the kingdom of God, the smallest of all seeds. Well, for one thing, by the way, that's not true. The mustard seed's not the smallest of all seeds. And you might wonder, well, why does he say it's the smallest of all seeds when in fact that's not true? And you say, well, look, who cares? Right, who cares? But why didn't he just say, look, it's a really small seed? Why do you say it's the smallest seed? Well, my beginning to doubt my faith involved the smallest of all seeds, little problems that I came to realize, look, I just don't think that you can, in all good conscience, reconcile them. In Mark chapter 1, the way Jesus calls his disciples is he finds them and he calls to them, and they leave their boats to come follow him. In the Gospel of John, Jesus doesn't go to find the disciples. The disciples hear who he is, and they come to follow him. It's just the opposite. In Mark, they don't recognize that he's the Messiah until halfway through the book, almost entirely through his public ministry. In the Gospel of John, they recognize him as the Messiah on day one, the moment they lay eyes on him. So you can reconcile that, but, boy, it sure looks different. In Mark's gospel and Matthew and Luke, Jesus cleanses the gospel, cleanses the temple, goes into the temple and overturns the tables and says, this is to be a house of prayer to all the nations, but you've made it a den of thieves. In the gospel of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, that's what he does at the end of his life. It's just a week before he dies, after his entire public ministry. In the Gospel of John, it's the first thing he does. Virtually the first thing he does is that he, in chapter 2, beginning a 3-year ministry, he does it. Well, which is it? I mean, you could say, well, oh yeah, he must have done it twice. And that's what we used to say. But is that really sensible? I mean, he gets arrested. I mean, why wasn't he arrested the first time? Why didn't he get in trouble the first time? And why, really? Just 2 times? None of them says he did it twice. If you say he did it twice, you're just making that up because it doesn't, neither of them says it. So you just, write your own gospel then. Jairus' daughter. In the Gospel of Mark, this synagogue leader, I'm telling you examples that struck me at the time that I realized, yeah, this is hard to reconcile. This synagogue leader, Jairus, wants Jesus to come heal his daughter. His daughter's very sick, and he wants Jesus to come heal her because she's going to die if he doesn't come soon. And so Jesus says he'll go, but he gets delayed and he doesn't get there in time. And before they even get to the house, messengers come say, it's too late. She's died already. But Jesus says, don't worry. And he goes anyway, and he raises her from the dead. That's Mark's version. Matthew has the same story, but in Matthew's version, Jairus comes to him and says, my daughter has just died. Can you come and do something about it? Well, how can they both be true? I mean, either she was sick and then died before Jesus could get there, or she was dead before Jairus talked to him. It can't be both. Well, so these are tiny little things that are the smallest of all seeds. I mean, who really cares? Well, as a fundamentalist, I cared because if there's an error in a small thing, why wouldn't you think there could be an error in a big thing? When did Jesus die? Mark and John both give explicit dates for Jesus' death. In John's gospel, Jesus dies the day before the Passover meal was eaten, the day of preparation when they're preparing for the Passover. 19 verse 14. In the Gospel of Mark, Jesus dies the following day, the day after the Passover meal was eaten. Now, some of you, for all of these, some of you are going to have your reconciliations ready at hand, and I get that because I did too. I could reconcile any of these things, but you just look at it honestly and openly, and these things were not in the Bible. It would never occur to you to try and reconcile them because they're different. Jesus dies on a different day. Well, when I was first thinking about these things, actually, when I was still at Moody, I knew that there were these differences, but I thought, well, you can reconcile them all. And one of the things I did is I bought a book. The book was called The Life of Christ in Stereo. And it shouldn't be stereo, it should be surround sound, actually, because the idea of this author was that you've got these 4 accounts and they're all telling a different perspective on Jesus, but they're all actually accurate. It's just they're each telling a slightly different thing. And so what he did is he takes the 4 accounts and he smashes them all together so that you get one big account with everything in it in all 4, and you see there are no contradictions, which leads to some very interesting resolutions. For example, in Matthew's gospel, Jesus says, in Mark's gospel. In Mark's gospel, Jesus tells Peter at the Last Supper, before the cock crows twice, you'll deny me 3 times. In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus says to Peter, before the cock crows, you'll deny me 3 times. And in fact, he denies Jesus to different people in different gospels. So is it before the cock crows or before the cock crows twice? Well, it depends which gospel you read. But in the Life of Christ in Stereo, it's solved quite simply. Jesus was denied by Peter 3 times before the cock crowed and 3 times before the cock crowed twice, so that Peter denied him 6 times. So I guess Jesus must have said, so before the cock crows, you'll deny me 3 times. Oh yeah, and by the way, before it crows the second time, you're going to deny me 3 more times. That's in none of the gospels. You're just writing your own gospel. Well, who cares about all this? Who cares about these little tiny details? A fundamentalist does. And I was a fundamentalist. And these kinds of small contradictions are like small seeds that grow into a big bush. The smallest of all seeds ends up creating huge problems. I later found bigger holes in the armor, large discrepancies and implausibilities. I'm not going to go into detail for any of these things, obviously. I mean, all of these would take a long time for me to lay out. And I do talk about all of these instances in my various books, especially something like Jesus Interrupted. But the resurrection narratives, all four gospels say that Jesus got raised from the dead on the third day, but compare the accounts. Just compare them line by line, word for word. And man, there are differences. And some of the differences are just differences, but some of them can't be reconciled. Matthew is quite clear that Jesus appeared to the disciples after his resurrection in Galilee. They went home. They went to Galilee. You can just read this for yourself. You'll see it's quite clear. It's explicit. Jesus appears to his disciples on the day of his resurrection, on the third day. He appears to them, and the entire final chapter that gives Jesus' resurrection appearances happens on that day, the day of his resurrection. He tells his disciples, don't leave Jerusalem until the Holy Spirit comes upon you, which will happen 50 days later on the day of Pentecost. And then he ascends to heaven, gives them a final instructions, ascends to heaven on the day of his resurrection. And they're still in Jerusalem 50 days later in the book of Acts, written by the same author, still there on the day of Pentecost, 50 days later. They don't leave, and they don't even leave after that. Well, if Matthew's right that they went to Galilee, how can Luke be right that they went to Jerusalem? They're 100 miles apart. Kind of a big difference when you're talking about the resurrection. Jesus and John. Jesus is portrayed very differently in the Gospel of John, and I didn't realize it fully until after my third year at Princeton Seminary. For 3 years in my master's program, I had decided to do a little experiment. For my first 3 years at Princeton Seminary, I read and studied only Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Because even at Moody, we knew that John was different, and people said it was different. And I thought, well, I'm just going to see how different it is. And the best way to do is to get it out of my mind, pretty much, just study Matthew, Mark, and Luke. And so I did intensely, all three of those Gospels intensely, taking classes on them, thinking about them, writing papers on them. After my third year, I sat down one day during the summer and decided to read the Gospel of John for the first time in those years in Greek in one sitting. And I did. I couldn't believe how different it was. Because instead of like reading the way we normally read the Bible, the way people normally read the Bible, the way I normally used to read the Bible is I'd read a passage from Matthew, then I'd read a passage from Luke, and then I'd read a passage from John, and then a passage from Mark, then another passage from John, and it all kind of sounds like it's the same. Yeah, well, it's not the same. One of the things that I discovered with the help of other scholars, a book that I read pointed this out, and then I realized it was true, that when you read the Gospel of John, you can't tell who's actually speaking. John the Baptist and Jesus and the narrator all use the same vocabulary and the same writing style with the same themes, so that they're all saying exactly the same thing as if they're speaking with the same voice. This author that I read asked, why are they all speaking in the same voice? I mean, surely John the Baptist and Jesus talked differently, and the narrator, decades later, writing in different language, spoke differently. Why do they all sound the same? And his point is the right one, because we don't have three voices in John. We have the narrator's voice, who is telling you what Jesus and John said and putting them in his own language. In the Gospel of John, Jesus spends most of his public ministry declaring who he is. I am the light of the world. I am the bread of life. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father but by me. I am the resurrection and the life. I am. Before Abraham was, I am. I and the Father are one. These self-declarations are Jesus declaring himself to be a divine being come down from heaven. Okay, that's fine. But I realized you don't get any such declarations in Matthew, Mark, or Luke. Wait a second. I'm not saying that's a contradiction, but I am saying if these authors, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, knew that Jesus went around in his public ministry declaring himself to be a divine being come from heaven, why wouldn't they mention that? Like, that part's just not important enough to put into writing? What, you just aren't going to bring it up? I think they couldn't have known. Why not? Because this is a Johannine view. It's a view of John, not of the other. Okay, well, so it goes. Lots of discrepancies, lots of differences, and not just in the literature, in the history. You start comparing what Acts says happened historically in the life of Paul with what Paul says about the life of Paul, and they're at odds with each other. I didn't realize that until I was open to the idea that they could be different. And in fact, there are numerous discrepancies, actual literal discrepancies between what Acts says and what Paul says. The early Christian record. The earliest Christian historian, Eusebius, paints early Christianity as a completely unified movement where everybody basically agreed with everything in the Nicene Creed from Jesus and his apostle on for hundreds of years. Walter Bauer, in 1934, wrote a book that showed that in many parts of Christianity, the original form of Christianity was what was later declared a heresy that was contrary to the views that became orthodox. As I started to research it and started reading the ancient historical accounts in the original languages very carefully, I realized Bauer's right. Christianity did not start off as an orthodox religion. Christian doctrines changed over time. You can look at the development of the doctrine of the Trinity. I talk about this in my book, How Jesus Became God. There were different ideas, different views, and the view that won out was not a foregone conclusion. It happened because of a number of historical circumstances, not because it was handed down from above. The Trinity. The canon. How did we get the New Testament? I came to realize that it wasn't a divinely guided process. It was a very human process. We didn't have our 27 books of the New Testament named as the Christian scriptures until the year 367, 300 years after they were being written. And the reasons for deciding which books should be in and should be out, there were fights and arguments and debates, and it was not a foregone conclusion. It was a matter of serendipity and circumstance. I decided I had to move to a different kind of faith away from fundamentalism. I decided that Scripture was not an inerrant revelation that was word for word literally true, that in fact, getting away from a literal meaning led to a wider and deeper understanding of Scripture. There's a negative significance of contradictions. It's just sticking with the New Testament right now. The negative significance is that all of these accounts cannot be historically right if they contradict each other. They can't be historically right if they narrate different historical events in different historical ways. So they can't be historically right. But these contradictions open up the meaning of Scripture in a significant way, in ways I never imagined as a fundamentalist, in ways that most evangelicals simply never have recognized. If you see that Matthew and Luke are at odds on a particular point and you dig into what the difference is, it shows you what Matthew is trying to emphasize and what Luke is trying to emphasize, and you realize they're emphasizing something different and even contrary. It enriches the meaning because now you know what each author is really trying to say instead of pretending that they're all saying the same thing. Really valuable. It makes a huge difference for understanding the Bible. As a result of this, I developed a more open view of Scripture, but I continued to be a believer. I did not leave the faith for any of these reasons. I continued to be a Christian, but a more mainline Christian. And that's where I'm going to pick up in the next lecture. The two new states that I entered into then, at the end, I had an internal state that changed. I turned to mainline Christianity from evangelicalism, and I had an external change of state. I went to North Carolina. That's where I lost my faith. Okay, I'll talk about that in the next lecture. Diane.
Bart, do you want to stop sharing your screen?
I do indeed. There, how's that?
Okay, that's better. All right, I have 10:54 Eastern Time. How long of a break would you like?
Let's come back at 5 after.
5 after. All right. I will. 11:05. All right. Have a good break.
Let me just say one thing to people who are asking questions. It's probably going to be more effective for you to ask questions after you hear what I have to say. Because if I get questions of things I've already talked about, which I know there will be questions I've already talked about, but then I've already talked about it. So as I say things, if questions occur, those would be the ones that would be especially useful, I think. So just for whatever. So, okay. And Diane's vetting these questions, and my guess is she's not going to go for the ones that are really long and complicated. She's going to say, "Oh yeah, that's too long."
Or the ones you've already dealt with.
Well, I've dealt with, and so don't preach in these things, or but like if you've got questions, I am happy to answer anything. I'm actually happy to answer anything I've already answered. But just a tip, she's probably going to go for the kind of shorter and to the point ones. Okay, great.
All right, folks, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Hi, folks, it's 11:05. Oh, and Bart is back right on time.
Here I am. I can do no other. Okay, the Martin Luther joke. So, welcome back, everyone. So we've gotten through one lecture. This one will be on. That one was, as you know, on how I moved from being a very conservative evangelical to being a more of a mainline Christian. This one will be on why and how I left the faith altogether. Let me remind you that at the end of this lecture, it'd be very good if you decided to stay on for a couple minutes, because we're going to do a presentation of a new event that if you're interested in this event, you are definitely going to be interested in this next event, which would be really quite unusual, and that we're very much looking forward to. So if you just stay on at the end, and I'll remind you at the end. Okay, for now, bye, Diane. I'm going to share my screen. No, not that one. Yeah, that one. Right. Okay. There you go. Thank you very much. Okay. This lecture I'm calling Following the Truth and Leaving the Faith. So when I decided to think about my evangelical commitments, I had to start using my debate mentality a little bit. You don't need to be a debater to do this, obviously. You just need to think, I want to have a reasonable understanding of what I believe. I try to have a reasonable understanding of everything else, of my understandings of science, of politics, of morality. I try to, use my smarts, and such as they are. And certainly I shouldn't check my brains at the door when I decide to believe. And so, faith should not, your religious commitments shouldn't be off in a corner someplace where you just kind of believe whatever somebody else told you or whatever you're raised with. You should use your head. And so that was my view that I developed. especially at Princeton Seminary, somewhat at Wheaton, and then it affected my life rather significantly. So to begin this lecture about how one balances reason and faith, I want to explode a couple of myths, which I think are myths that are widespread, and they are both, in my view, unreasonable, meaning in this sense, meaning that they don't meet with good solid reason and logic. So first, I'm going to start with a fundamentalist myth. I call this a fundamentalist myth, even though virtually everyone I know seems to have it, whether they're a fundamentalist or not. And it's because the fundamentalists have convinced people of this, at least in my part of the world, in the American South. The fundamentalist myth has to do with the relationship of the Bible and faith, or the Bible and the believer. This myth is that if you don't believe that the Bible is literally the Word of God and that it is infallible, then you cannot be a Christian. I hear that all the time. You don't believe in the Bible? Oh, you're not a Christian then. Oh my God. So we need to do an entire course on this one because that is a modern idea that has never been what historical Christianity has said, and it doesn't make any sense. So when I say it's modern, of course, throughout the centuries, people who were Christian accepted that the Bible was God's revelation to humans. But the fundamentalist idea that it is literally correct, word for word, and has to be taken word for word, or you can't be a Christian, is just made up. If you know anything about the history of Christianity, as an example, you will know that the early Christians devised certain creeds that were to be said by everybody who was a Christian believer, and that these were the essential elements of the faith. And so you have the Apostles' Creed and the Nicene Creed. We believe in God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and so forth. None of these creeds says one word about believing in the Bible. And you say, well, these creeds, though, are based on the Bible. Yes, well, so were the alternative beliefs that these creeds were opposing. And the Bible in these creeds is not an object of faith. You do not believe in the Bible. You believe in God and you believe in Christ. Thinking that you have to believe in the Bible sets the Bible up as an object of worship. That's bibliolatry. That is not Christianity. Christianity is faith in Christ, not faith in the Bible. People say, well, but you don't know about Christ apart from the Bible. Yeah, you're kind of missing the point here. People knew about Jesus for centuries before there was a Bible floating around. And most people today know about Jesus not by reading the Bible, but by hearing about Jesus. Jesus is not the Bible. And so this is a completely fundamentalist myth that we can actually trace historically. We know where this came from. It came at the end of the 19th century, starting out in England with an evangelical movement in England in the 19th century that came over to America and grew big in America, as things do when they come to America, and became a dominant view among evangelicals. The view emerged precisely because at the end of the 19th century, Christians who were committed to the Bible were facing big problems from, for one thing, from the sciences. Darwin's theory of evolution, geologists estimating the actual age of the earth, but also from biblical scholarship coming out of Europe, especially Germany, which recognized that there are historical problems with the Bible, contradictions, errors, historical mistakes, and so forth. Fundamentalism emerged out of that conflict as a group of evangelicals doubled down on the Bible and started insisting that you have to believe in it literally or you cannot be a Christian. This would come as a big surprise to liberal Christians still today. It does come as a big surprise to many who don't keep up with fundamentalism. And it would be a surprise to the vast majority of Christians who have ever lived that believing in the Bible is essential for that's what Christianity is. It's just not true. And so I know, the kind of scholarship that I do on the Bible, the historical scholarship I do on the Bible is the scholarship that I was taught at Princeton Theological Seminary. a seminary that is training Presbyterian ministers. Every Presbyterian minister who has come out of that seminary, or virtually any of the Presbyterian seminaries, knows about critical scholarship on the Bible. It doesn't make them non-Christian because they realize that Matthew and Mark are at odds with each other sometimes, or that Paul didn't write the letter of First Timothy. So that's a fundamentalist myth that I really wish we could get over. This is one area where the fundamentalists have won the battle. They've won the battle because they've convinced people that if you don't believe the Bible, you're not really a Christian. And so if somebody starts having doubts about the Bible, all of a sudden they say, well, I guess I can't be a Christian now. That's crazy. That's what we call crazy speech. Second myth is from the other side, an atheist myth. I know a lot of atheists, and I get notes from a lot of atheists who say that people who believe the Christian message are obviously stupid or blind or, just not very intelligent, because anybody can see that the Christian message is just bogus. And so atheists, I know atheists who say that believers really cannot be very intelligent. And oh boy, is that another bad idea and wrong idea and completely irrational idea. It is. It's irrational. I just spent this last weekend with friends from the U.S., both of whom are PhDs in the New Testament, who agree with me on most of my critical views of the New Testament. And they are ordained ministers, Presbyterian ministers, both of them, active in the church. They are smart human beings. I mean, Christian theologians. You think of someone like Stanley Hauerwas, or the former Archbishop of Canterbury, Rowan Williams. These people are serious intellectuals. And so I think both of these myths are spouted for reasons other than rationality. Some people just can't understand how you can possibly be a believer, but you shouldn't say that makes you more intelligent than them, because you're not. And so it isn't a matter of smarts. Being a Christian is not a matter of accepting an inerrant Bible, and being a Christian is not a matter of being dumb. Faith is not a matter of intelligence. Okay, so given that, I do think that it is useful for people to have a reasoned approach toward their faith. As I said, you've got a reasoned approach toward everything else in your life. You don't accept your understanding of finances and the economy that you had when you were a 12-year-old. Presumably, if you invest, you've got to have like a more advanced view. You've got more advanced views about just about everything in your life than you had as a teenager. Why not as a person thinking about religious commitments? Whether, by the way, you're a Christian, an evangelical, or a mainline Christian, or whether you're a Jew of any kind, or a Muslim, or an atheist, you shouldn't rest content with what you've always thought. Just, it's not good for you. Don't do that. I tried to become an informed believer, and I tried to become one who was open to change. Realizing that, in fact, my fundamentalist faith may not have been right, my conservative evangelical. And so as time went on, I became more and more convinced that the scriptures of Christianity were a very human set of books, 66 books in my tradition, 39 in the Old Testament, 27 in the New Testament in my tradition, my Protestant tradition. And I came to realize they are very, very human for some of the reasons I said in the previous lecture. One thing I didn't talk about much in the previous lecture is the existence of different manuscripts of the New Testament. I mentioned a little bit that this is what I got really interested in, and that these manuscripts all have differences in them. But as time went on, I started realizing that these differences really did have some effect on my understanding of the Bible as inerrant. As a fundamentalist, and even when I wasn't like a hardcore fundamentalist, but I still considered myself an evangelical Christian, I believed that God had inspired the Bible. Why would God inspire the Bible? Well, he wants to communicate his message to his people. So when I thought that the Bible had no mistakes in it, I thought that he had somehow managed in one way or another to make sure the Bible had no mistakes in it. There are different evangelicals have different views about how that kind of inspiration works. There's not like a set view that everybody thinks God dictated these words to the authors. I never thought that, even as a fundamentalist. We had different ways of understanding how God made sure there weren't mistakes in it. But the idea is that God wanted to give his revelation to his people without mistakes. But it's only after I'd studied the manuscripts for a while, for several years, that I started thinking, wait a second. I'm convinced that these things were like inspired without mistake, but why do the versions we have mistakes then? If God wanted us to have his revelation without any mistakes, why did he let the scribes change the texts? If I think that he inspired the authors to not make any mistakes, so he was controlling them in some way, why couldn't he control the scribes in some way so that they didn't make mistakes? Because the manuscripts we have all have mistakes in them. Thousands of mistakes, hundreds of thousands of differences among our manuscripts, hundreds of thousands of differences. Most of them are unimportant. Most of them don't matter for anything, but still, why? I mean, if you read the Quran, manuscripts we have the Quran don't have mistakes in them. And I don't believe that was divinely inspired. Even humans can make sure there are no mistakes in them. If God wanted us to have inerrant scriptures, why don't we have them? That's not a slam dunk case against fundamentalism, but it sure raised the question for me, what's going on here? Why should I think that he inspired the words if I know that he didn't keep the words? What would be the point? I came to realize that the gospel stories about Jesus were based on oral traditions. And I came to think deeply about what happens to oral traditions as stories are told by word of mouth from one person to the next. Stories change, and they change quickly. Some people say that some conservative evangelical Christian scholars say the craziest things. They sometimes will say that, you couldn't have had a story invented about Jesus just within 30 years of his death because they would have been corrected. You can't have stories made up in just 30 years. And I'm thinking, what is in their head? We all have had stories made up about us overnight. and we can't correct the stories. I mean, as a public figure, I have stories told about me all the time that are just wrong, including by conservative evangelical Christian scholars in print. And they could just call me up and ask if it's true. And I'd tell them, no, actually, that isn't quite how it happened. They don't even bother. So you can't say that everybody was correcting the things because, and that it would take 30 years. You couldn't do it in 30 years. Stories get changed all the time. And that I started realizing, what about the stories of Jesus? Were they changed all the time? I realized the Gospels had sources behind them. Matthew and Luke both used Mark, but they changed it in places. And they had some source we call Q, and they had other sources. How do I know these sources were reliable? Did God inspire them too? And we know that when Matthew and Luke copied Mark, they altered his stories. That story of Jairus, that story about Peter's denials, those stories are found in multiple Gospels. Authors are intentionally changing their stories in ways that are contradictory. Well, if we know that the authors changed the stories in ways that are contradictory, why shouldn't we think that the early storytellers changed the stories in ways that are contradictory? I started realizing, man, the Bible is a very human book. I continued to believe in it, but I believed in it in the sense that I thought God spoke through this book. As I became a more mainline Christian, I started realizing, look, the Bible does speak. It does give us insights into divine reality. I thought that. But it's not an inerrant revelation from the Almighty God. It's just not. It's humans who have really good insights. I began to realize more and more that the history of Christianity was very human in the sense that there are things we don't know about the historical Jesus and things reported in the Gospels about the historical Jesus that are not accurate, and that there are most things about Jesus we just don't know, and that some of the things we know he was wrong about. Jesus seems to have predicted, he did predict, I think, that the end of history as we know it would come within his generation. the apocalyptic end would arrive. That's why people need to repent. That's why he was so urgent in his message. The end is coming soon. The time has been fulfilled. The kingdom of God is almost here. Well, it wasn't. It didn't. That didn't make me stop believing Jesus. I still thought that he was the Son of God in some sense. And you say, well, how could he be the Son of God if he's making mistakes? Well, he was also human. Many people, Christians always say they believe in the incarnation, which is that Christ was a divine being who gave up his divine prerogatives in order to become human, and that he was fully human and fully divine. But very few Christians really believe he was fully human. Most say, well, he was God, really. At the end of the day, he's God. Well, but if he's human, he can make mistakes, like mistakes about the calendar. And so I continued to think that Jesus revealed God to us, but I didn't think every detail of what he said, would have been right. The canon, very human. How this canon got put together, as I pointed out, the theology that develops over all sorts of because of historical circumstances and accidents. Who happens to be the emperor at the time affects theology, for example. Christians have long said that this Holy Spirit was guiding the entire process. He guided the inspiration of the Bible, the formation of the Bible, the development of Christian theology, the formation of the Nicene Creed, the triumph of orthodoxy. I came to a point where I just didn't see it. If the Spirit guides faithful believers in their interpretations of the Bible, why do these believers all disagree with each other if the Spirit's guiding it? If the Spirit is guiding the formation of the canon of Scripture so they got it all right, why did he take 300 years to do it? I mean, those aren't slam dunk arguments, but it seems to be implausible to argue things that the Spirit is doing that just can be perfectly explained without any Spirit at all. I got to a point where I had very, liberal critical views about the Bible and about the history of Christianity. But I remained a Christian. I continued to believe that there was a divine being in the world and that Christ showed us the way to God in some way. My scholarship did not lead me to atheism. And my view is that biblical scholarship and historical scholarship logically cannot lead to atheism, because there is nothing inconsistent with an errant Bible and a flawed history that involves the existence of God. It is the craziest thing to think that if the Bible's in error, and if the Bible's full of errors, there can't be a God. What? Just try to think about that for a minute. Why would that be? What if there was a God who did not decide to inspire a Bible? Then why would an errant Bible show that there's no God? Who says that God has to inspire a Bible? Or who says that history has to be flawless in its development of theology? I mean, why do you think that? Well, because that's what I always learned. Yeah, I know, but it doesn't make any sense logically. Of course, there could be a God who didn't inspire the Bible. And so the question for me was not whether there's a God or not when I was thinking about all these critical issues. With the result that I taught critical scholarship when I was still a Christian. When I moved to Chapel Hill, I continued to be a Christian, and I taught pretty much what I teach now, because the scholarship didn't affect my personal belief in God as a theist. What ended up getting me was not my scholarship, but the problem of why there is such intense suffering in the world. That's what ended up affecting my faith to make me leave the faith. I don't say that everybody should leave the faith because of the problem of suffering, but it's what did it to me, and has done it to many people. And I want to explain how it happened to me and to talk about this for the rest of this lecture. In 1984, when I was still writing my dissertation, I began teaching at Rutgers University, and I had to teach whichever classes they told me to teach. I was an adjunct professor there, didn't have a tenure track position. One semester, the chair of the department asked me if I'd be willing to teach a class that was on the books that was called The Problem of Suffering in the Biblical Tradition. I wanted to teach the class once I heard about it because I thought it was perfect for many of my interests. So my interest for a long time had shown me that the Bible is a variegated book with 66 different books written by different authors with different views, different perspectives, sometimes contradictory to one another, that it wasn't one book, but it was 66 books. Moreover, I thought that virtually all of the authors in one way or another, virtually all of the authors in one way or another are dealing with the problem that people today call theodicy. The biblical authors would not have called this theodicy. They would not have been thinking like we do about the problem of theodicy, but they're dealing with this problem of theodicy. The problem of theodicy is why there can be evil and suffering in the world if there's a God in charge of it. If there's a good and powerful God in charge of the world, why is there suffering? The term theodicy was invented by Leibniz, the German philosopher Leibniz, in a book that was called this, Theodicy, in the early 18th century. He took the term from two Greek words, which means theos is God, T-H-E-O is the word for God in Greek, and diki comes from the Greek word dikaia, which means justice or righteousness. And so theodicy is the question of the justice of God or the righteousness of God. How can God be righteous if there's suffering in the world? How do you explain the existence of God given the nature of things here? This is a question that Enlightenment scholars pursued with some rigor, including Leibniz in his book had an explanation that many people today would still find satisfactory, but many people would not. I decided to teach this class, and the class wasn't about philosophical discourse through the Enlightenment down till today. It wasn't really supposed to be about theologians and what theologians today would say about this problem of suffering. It was a problem with what the Bible had to say about suffering. So it was a little bit difficult to teach this to 19-year-olds, precisely because most of them didn't think there was a problem with suffering. What's the problem? So these were 19-year-old students in New Jersey, most of them middle-class kids, and they really hadn't just thought much about this problem. And so part of this was I was trying to introduce them to what the problem was, the problem of suffering. And here's the way that traditionally philosophers in the modern period have expressed the problem of theodicy. They sometimes express it as an actual logical problem. An actual logical problem. The logical problem is this, that there are three statements that on the surface, each seems to be true, but when you put them together, there appears to be a contradiction. How can there be a contradiction if all three are true? But how can all three be true if there's a contradiction? That's the problem. The classical statement of theodicy are these three statements. First, that God is all powerful. Okay, God's omnipotent. Traditional within Christianity, God can do anything He wants. Of course, He can do miracles. He can, have His Son die for the sins of the world. He can, multiply loaves. He can heal the sick. He can raise the dead. He's God. He created the world. He can do whatever He wants. God's almighty. Second statement: God is loving. God cares for people. He's not remote. He's not evil. He is good, and He wants the best for people. Okay? God is almighty. God is loving. Third statement, there is suffering. Why do people suffer? If God is almighty, He can make sure they don't suffer. And if He's loving, He wants to make sure they don't suffer. He wants the best for people. So He can prevent suffering, and He wants to prevent suffering, and yet suffering is not prevented. People solve this logical problem in a variety of ways, as you probably know. One way is to deny one of the three statements. You can deny that God is almighty. Well, He's not all powerful. There's some things He can't do. Second, you could say, well, God's not really loving. He might be indifferent, or He might be loving and severe both, or maybe He's evil. You deny the second statement. Or some people even deny the third statement, that there's actually suffering. I have least respect for those people, frankly, because I think they're, got their heads in the sand like an ostrich. Just look around sometime. Okay, so anyway, so one way is to deny one of the three statements, which usually doesn't get you very far if you're within the Christian tradition, because in the Christian tradition, God is loving and God is all powerful. So you have to explain suffering. So what you do then is you come up with a mitigating circumstance to explain why they're suffering. And so you come up with explanations for how all three can be true. Everybody has free will, and if you've got free will, then you can hurt somebody else. And if God stops you from doing that, then you don't have free will. If you don't have free will, you're a robot. God doesn't want robots. He wants humans. He wants people with free will. And so, of course, you can make suffering. Okay, so that explains it, kind of, in the opinion. Kind of. People think it does. So you come up with explanation. God is testing us. God makes us suffer to test us and to see if we'll remain faithful. Okay, so you come up with your mitigating circumstances or your explanations. So this class wasn't about the philosophical discourse, but about the biblical discourse. And in the class, we went through key biblical explanations of suffering, which many of which are at odds with each other. And so, for example, in the prophets of the Old Testament, most people who read Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, most Christians who read those books don't really read the books. They pick verses that seem to be predicting that Jesus is going to come, and that's what they read. Or they read them for the personal edification, but they don't really read what the author's saying. In all of these prophets, those prophets, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, but Hosea, Joel, Amos, Obadiah, all of these prophets, all of them, page after page after page, say that God is powerful. God is loving. And the reason you're suffering, you Israelites are suffering, is because you've sinned. God's punishing you. And so if you just repent and turn back to God, things will be good. You won't suffer anymore. So that's one explanation, that you suffer for your wrongdoing. It's punishment. The book of Job, I have here Job with a 1 above it. Job, unknown to most people, is actually 2 sets of writings that have been combined into one big set of writings. The beginning and end of Job is a prose story about this righteous man, Job, that God tests at the instigation of the adversary, Satan. He's the adversary, not Satan. He's not the adversary of God. He's like, he plays devil's advocate in order to see, especially he's the opponent of Job and other humans. God allows Satan to make Job's fantastic life miserable, and Satan does it, and it's a way to see whether Job will remain faithful or not. So it's just a test. That's why there's such terrible suffering for Job, which, by the way, includes Job's 7 children getting murdered, being killed, to test whether Job will remain faithful or not. And to make it up to him at the end, God gives him 7 more children. Sometimes biblical authors, as in the book of Genesis, portray suffering as a source of ultimate good. Sometimes something happens to you and it seems horrible, it's terrible, and in the end, it works out for the best. This is what happens with Joseph in the Old Testament. Joseph gets sold into slavery in Egypt. Oh my God. But because of that, he ends up rising through the ranks of the Egyptian administration and ends up being the one who saves the nation of Israel from destruction by starvation. So something good comes out of it. Some authors think that it's all completely senseless. We don't know why it's happening. We don't know what's happening. This life is short. It's painful. Eat, drink, and be merry. While you can. Enjoy it while you can, because it ain't going to last long. Some authors, like the book of Job 2, which is the poetry in chapters 3 through 40, the vast majority of the book is Job having a discussion with his 3 friends about why they're suffering, why he's suffering. His 3 friends say that he's suffering because he's disobeyed God and God's punishing him. And Job argues, look, I haven't done anything. They don't agree. They go back and forth. At the end, God shows up and lets Job He doesn't let Job defend himself. Job wants to defend himself before God, but God shows up and doesn't let him defend himself. He instead wows Job with his almighty presence and leaves him groveling in the dirt because God is almighty. And what reason do you have to question me? Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Do you know where the hail comes from? Do you know what the heavens are like? Who are you? You have no right to question me. And Job then repents of questioning him and writhes in the dirt. The New Testament has a very different view. The New Testament view, you find it in John the Baptist, you find it in Paul, you find it in Jesus, you find it in the book of Revelation, you find it almost everywhere in the New Testament, is that the reason there's suffering in the world is because there are powers of evil that are in control of this world and are making life miserable for people. But that God will eventually intervene, take these forces of evil out of existence, and reward his followers with good life forever and ever. Okay, well, these are all, if you want to see these played out, you can obviously read the Bible. My book, God's Problem, has a chapter devoted to these. Some of these problems are found a lot in the Bible, and to those I devote 2 chapters. So you can see kind of how that works. This class was about these biblical explanations, and we did other things in the class. I had them read other books. I had them read Harold Kushner's famous book, When Bad Things Happen to Good People, where Kushner explains that the reason people suffer, even though there's a loving God in the world, is because God's not all powerful. His hands are tied. He wishes he could help you, but sorry, he can't. And so that's his explanation. My students didn't like this book very well when I taught this class. They started calling it When Bad Books Are Written by Good People. Harold Kushner's a rabbi. He really is a good person, very wise. But they thought, just read the book of Job. This is not what the book of Job says. They read Night, which is, if you haven't read these books, you need to read these books. Night is Elie Wiesel's very famous book about his experiences as a teenager in Auschwitz and with his father, and a very, very powerful book. It won a Pulitzer Prize, this book. J.B. by Archibald MacLeish, won a Tony Award. It's a play about Job, Job, and a retelling of the Job story in a modern idiom. Very, very interesting book, play, short. In addition to that, in the class, we talked about other things. We didn't talk a lot about philosophy, but we did talk about how people use free will to explain why there must be suffering. I'll give you one problem with the free will explanation, by the way, that we talked about in my class, which is that, people say God must allow free will, otherwise we can't be human. We'd be robots, we'd be programmed, and so there has to be suffering if there's free will. When somebody tells me that, I ask them, do you think there'll be free will in heaven? And they say, well, yeah, of course. Then I say, do you think there'll be suffering in heaven? Well, no. Okay. Then you're saying that it is possible to have free will without suffering. So don't tell me there has to be suffering if there's free will. A lot of people say that the reason there's suffering in the world is not one of these biblical reasons, but it's motivation to action. I get this from hordes of people who say, look, the reason they're suffering is so that we'll be motivated to go out and solve it. And I think I agree. Oh my God, yes, that's what we ought to do. I don't think we can have an explanation for what's going on with all of this suffering in the world if we believe in God, but we certainly can have a response. You can have a response without knowing the explanation. The response is do something, and we should. This doesn't answer the problem, though. We can solve starvation today if we had the political will. Of course, we could feed everybody on the planet. Of course we could. If we wanted to, we don't want to. We have other things we'd rather do. But how long have we been able to feed everybody on the planet? I mean, for tens of thousands of years, there was no possibility in the universe. No, you couldn't do it. Maybe the last 100 years is possible, 50 years, it's possible, but it wasn't before then. So why was God allowing it then? So the motivation to action, well, yes, that's right, but that's a recent thing. The problem of suffering is it's been around forever. Okay, well, so anyway, I ended up writing this book, God's Problem, where I explained these various views and I explained how problematic I thought all of they were. I decided to write the book right after I taught the class. This is 1984. I was like 30 years old, 1985. So, God, this is interesting. I think I'll write a book. Then I thought, wait a second. Wait, I'm 30 years old. What do I know about suffering? Nothing. I mean, I'm 30 years old. I thought, okay, I better wait a while. If I'm going to write a book, it has to be down the line. And well, when am I going to be wise enough to write a book on suffering? Answer, never. It's not a problem we're ever going to understand, able to solve. So I did wait a few decades, but I did write the book eventually. Meantime, I took seriously what I take to be senseless suffering. When I was a pastor of the Princeton Baptist Church during my PhD, I was a pastor of an American Baptist church for a year, preaching every Sunday, doing the things pastors do, funerals, weddings, hospital visitation, dealing with people, couple in the family, 17-year-old son committed suicide. You say, well, yeah, it's not no one's fault. He just decided to do that. Yeah, but the horrible, horrible pain of parents whose child commits suicide. Oh my God, where do you even start? Birth defects. Children born sometimes in pain forever. Why? Earthquakes and mudslides. When I was teaching this class at Rutgers, one morning I got up, like the morning I was going off to teach the class, there had been this mudslide in Colombia that overnight it had happened. It killed 30,000 people. Well, they shouldn't have been living near that volcano. The helpful explanation, isn't it? Shouldn't be living where there's an earthquake. Shouldn't be living where there's a hurricane. Shouldn't be living where there's a flood. It's not really free will that causes mudslides. Epidemics. Well, we just came through one. So I just checked yesterday. According to the World Health Organization, about 7 million people died. COVID. Those are the ones that are reported. It's surely way underreported. The 1918 flu epidemic killed something between 50 and 100 million people. 50 and 100 million. And far worse was the Black Death in the 14th century. 75 to 200 million people died. Starvation. Every day there are about 10,000 children who die of starvation. Free will? No. Is God trying to make them a better person? No. Unclean water? Today, the current figures are that 3.5 million people die every year because they drink unclean water, etc., etc. When I was taking all of this very seriously and thinking through it, trying to understand how can there be a God if this is happening, I had believed in a God who intervened, a God who is active in the world, a God who answered prayer. This was the Christian God. God was active throughout the Bible, throughout the Pentateuch, Genesis, Exodus. He leads the children of Israel out of their slavery in Egypt. He does miracles throughout the Bible. You come to the New Testament, God is active. He answers prayer. Jesus says he'll answer any prayer you say in his name. He has his son die for the sins of the world, an intervention to save us. And afterwards, he does miracles through the apostles. Great. It's fantastic. God is active and he's alive. He wants to help us because he's loving. He can because he's powerful. All we have to do is ask, right? Unless you're one of the 10,000 children who've died since 24 hours ago, or the 10,000 are going to die by this time tomorrow, who've asked. I got to a point. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. Whenever I talk about this problem of suffering, I always get tons of emails from people trying to explain it to me. And I get it. I get it. We have to have explanations, but really, I personally don't believe it. I've had several debates with scholars since I wrote the book, oh, we have some bright intellectuals with great answers for why there's suffering in the world. I did debate with Dinesh D'Souza, 3 debates with Dinesh D'Souza, whom you may know. Dinesh had an interesting explanation for why there's suffering in the world. He pointed out that he had read scholarship that indicated that life had to began on Earth because of unique conditions involving the structure of planet Earth, in particular because of our tectonic plates. With the tectonic plates that shift under the Earth provided conditions that made it possible for life to emerge on Earth. So if there hadn't been shifting tectonic plates, we wouldn't have life. And if we didn't have life, we wouldn't be here. But since we're here, and since there's shifting tectonic plates, there have to be suffering. I mean, tectonic plates cause, like, earthquakes and things and volcanoes. And so, of course, there has to be suffering. Otherwise, there couldn't be life. God had to allow suffering because that's how he had to create life. He made this argument seriously, and I thought, this is the strangest argument I've ever heard. For one thing, he's admitting that we descended from earlier life forms. He's a conservative evangelical who believes not just that we descended from earlier forms of primate, but we descended from the earliest little one-cell things that were floating around in the sea of muck. That seems weird, and I don't think he realized that that was a problem. But also, the bigger problem for me was, are you saying that the Almighty God couldn't create life without a tectonic plate? Because, like, God's hands were tied on that one? Oh, God, life? Oh, geez, okay, it's got to be a tectonic plate. There's no other way to do it. Really? I mean, that makes tectonic plates more powerful than God. Okay. I had a radio debate with Richard Swinburne, who was a philosopher at Oxford, that basically drove me nuts. Swinburne wanted to argue why the Holocaust may have happened as a solution to why God would allow it to happen, which is, when we recognize the horrors of the Holocaust, it makes us more noble as human beings. It contributes to our nobility, those of us who have survived. I get very angry at answers like that. I don't think that these 10,000 children who died over the last 24 hours had to starve to death in horrible misery and pain so that I could become more noble. What is wrong with people? I had a debate with Tom Wright, who's a very fine New Testament scholar, one of the top New Testament scholars in the world by, I think, anybody's calculation, who's also I don't know if he considers himself an evangelical, but I don't know if he does. A British evangelical, I guess, but very, very bright guy. And we had a debate. And his idea is that the entire Bible lays out the plan of God, and that if you understand the entire plan of God from beginning to end, from creation to apocalypse, and you see it's an entire plan, and that suffering is all part of the plan, and that we shouldn't wrestle with these issues of suffering unless we keep the whole big picture in mind. You're dealing with trees, and you should be thinking about the forest, kind of thing. And so that didn't go down well with me either. And I kept saying things. You mean, like, why is part of the plan that, that 1,700 people have to die of malaria every day, despite our advances? Why does there have to be massive starvation? Why does a child have to starve to death every 5 seconds for God's plan to work? And I started, kind of giving out the statistics about suffering. And then Tom finally said, look, I don't know why Bart keeps throwing suffering in our face. That's what we're debating. You can ignore the things on the ground by talking about the grand plan of God, but I don't buy it, because there could have been a different plan. I had a debate a couple months ago with a Muslim apologist who wanted to say that, we can explain suffering. This was a podcast, an interview debate, an hour that I got really angry with and kind of went over the top. I tend to get angry at these. It's just about the only thing I get angry about. I don't really get angry about people arguing about the Bible, but this thing is suffering. I take it seriously because I just don't think pain and misery is something to explain away so that you feel good about yourself. This guy came up with the argument, look, children starve to death, but then when they die, they are going to be given an eternal reward. And so it's okay. So I thought to ask the guy, I said, okay, so are you saying that children who die, they're going to be given their eternal reward? I said, no, you're a faithful Muslim, right? Yes. So is this true for non-Muslim people, or is it just true for Muslims? Oh, it's only Muslims. The Muslims are the ones who are going to go to heaven. Well, what's going to happen to the other people who don't go to heaven? Well, they're going to roast in the fire of hell forever. So you're saying that of these 10,000 children who've died over the last day, something like, 9,800 of them are going to roast in hell forever. Well, yeah, I'm afraid that's just how it works. That's your answer to suffering? That's why they're suffering? All right. So anyway, the one bright spot is there are lots of really, really intelligent believers, monotheist believers, Jew, Muslim, Christian, who have very good sense and say, look, I don't know why they're suffering. I believe in God. I believe in God. I do. I just look around. I think there's a God, and I think he's good. I do think he's powerful. Why they're suffering, I'm sorry, I just don't know. I really respect that myself. I respect that. That's the view my Christian friends have, and the view that the smart Christian theologians you can't explain it, and that's fine. There are lots of things I don't know either. My conclusions, the validity and value of faith. I do not argue that faith is invalid or without value at all. I don't think it makes sense. It doesn't make sense to me to believe that there's a God who's all powerful and all loving, who's active in the world. Is there some other kind of God? Don't know that either. Is there value of faith? I don't trash faith. I don't trash people who have faith. I tend to trash fundamentalists and apologists who say stupid things about suffering. Other than that, I don't, there is huge value to people having faith. There is. Of course, they find meaning in life. They find purpose in life. They have something to live for. They often it drives them to be good people. I'm all for good people. Whatever floats your boat and makes you a good person. Okay, as long as you're not hurting other people. Despite the fact that I left the faith over this issue, I continued to teach the Bible. And the irony, people ask me this all the time, but the irony is I don't teach anything differently from what I taught before. I still teach the kind of scholarship I taught before because I was a critical scholar as a Christian. I'm a critical scholar as a non-Christian, and I still love the Bible. I think the Bible's great. I think it's wrong in a lot of things, and I think it be used in very, very, very harmful ways. But I spend my life studying this thing. In the end, I consider myself a Christian atheist. I'm an atheist. We talk about agnosticism and atheism in the next lecture and how I define those. I don't believe in God. I do believe in the Christian values as I read them from the teachings of Jesus. I think the idea that you should give of yourself for others, you should love your neighbor as yourself, you should do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. I believe those principles. And so I follow the teachings of Jesus as I understand them, not all of the teachings, but I'm still an atheist. So an atheist who tries to follow the best moral teachings of Jesus. Okay, I'm going to stop there. I'll pick up there in my next lecture. Please, you all, before you take off, please think about staying for this next little bit because we're going to have a little advertisement featuring me about an upcoming event that is not principally about me. Okay, Diane, take it.
Okay. Before we get into this, I just want to ask, when do you want to start up again?
Let's start up 10 minutes after this little video is played.
Okay. All right, folks, I'm going to play a video. Let's hope it works. On. I want you guys to be able to hear it. There we go. Okay.
I'm Bart Ehrman, And I'm excited to announce an unusual conference for anyone with the slightest interest in biblical studies. The conference will be called New Insights into the New Testament, a biblical conference for non-scholars. It'll be held over 2 days on September 23rd and 24th. This conference will be a 2-day virtual event for people who are interested in biblical scholarship but are not themselves scholars. The conference will include 10 lectures, each by a different established expert in the New Testament, and each with a Q&A. Our theme will be the New Testament Gospels. I don't know of any conference like this ever. A series of lectures on the New Testament by established and acclaimed scholars directed to non-experts. Each lecture will present current scholarly insights in accessible terms to the general public. For this event, we've chosen 10 of the top scholars in the country, all of whom are highly adept at explaining the results of important and ongoing research in intriguing terms to the non-specialist. The lecturers include internationally known experts in numerous subfields of New Testament studies. Here's who we'll have. Amy Jill Levine is internationally known as a vibrant lecturer and an unusually astute scholar of Jesus and the Gospels. She's a professor of New Testament emerita at Vanderbilt Divinity School, a Jewish scholar training Christian ministers. Amy Jill is the first Jew to teach New Testament at Rome's Pontifical Biblical Institute. Dale Allison is an emeritus professor at Princeton Theological Seminary with numerous erudite publications used widely by scholars. He's recognized everywhere as a leading authority on the historical Jesus and the Gospels. Mark Goodacre, professor and chair of the Department of Religion at Duke University. Mark is internationally acknowledged as a leading expert on the synoptic Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Our expert lecturers include public figures well known to the general public interested in biblical studies. Candida Moss is a professor at the University of Birmingham. She's a regular columnist for the Daily Beast and a prize-winning author on numerous topics related to the New Testament and early Christianity, whose work has appeared in the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Atlantic Monthly, Politico, CNN, and Slate. James Tabor, emeritus professor at University of North Carolina, Charlotte, has been a well-known public scholar for decades, who's written numerous books and is a frequent consultant for such venues as the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Harper's, Vanity Fair, Der Spiegel, the London Times, and all the major news networks. Among our presenters are scholars who are challenging and transforming some of the orthodoxies of New Testament scholarship on the Gospels, including Hugo Mendez, my colleague in ancient Mediterranean religions at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, whose ongoing work is revolutionizing our understanding of the Gospel of John, undermining the orthodoxies that most of us were trained in and most of us have taught for decades. Robin Faith Walsh at the University of Miami has burst onto the academic scene with one of the most widely discussed works of biblical scholarship in years, which is meant to disrupt our scholarly view of the authors of the Gospels and their sources of information. We'll have brilliant scholars of New Testament manuscripts and archaeology who are highly active in both erudite scholarship and public discourse. Jennifer Knust, professor at Duke University, who has produced highly acclaimed books ranging from issues of sex and sexuality in early Christianity to the manuscript tradition of the New Testament, and who's widely regarded as one of the leading textual critics in the world today. And Jody Magnus, a distinguished professor at UNC Chapel Hill, who is arguably the best known and most prolific archaeologist of Israel in the days of Jesus, with award-winning books on archaeological issues connected with ancient Judaism, Jesus, and the New Testament. This is a pretty amazing lineup. I'll also be giving a talk on a topic that I've never presented on before. I'll be emceeing the event and running all the Q&As for my colleagues. As I said, there's never been anything quite like this event in the history of biblical scholarship. Scholars of this caliber delivering results of their New Testament scholarship in understandable terms to an audience of non-specialists. You would expect an event like this to charge something like $500 for in-person attendance and maybe $150 for virtual. But this remote conference will cost only $59.95. And if you sign up by August 26th, the cost is just $49.95. In addition, if you purchase a ticket for the conference, whether or not you actually come, you'll be given lifetime access to the recordings that will include the lectures, the Q&As, and additional materials. You'll have no travel costs, no hotels, no personal expenses, just a series of lectures by true experts over 2 days, each of them followed by a live Q&A delivered to you in the comfort of your home. This is about as good as it can get. This is going to be an amazing event. I hope to see you there.
All right, Bart, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
No, I think that says it. It's unlike. So let's, how about we come back together at 10 after, so in 10 minutes, whenever that is your time, at 15 after.
Okay. All right, and folks, before you go, I just want to let you know you heard that we've got a special early bird price on this conference, $49.95. Because you're coming to this particular lecture, we wanted to do something for you guys in particular. You can use a discount code, Life After Faith, one word. I'm going to put that in the chat, and it's going to be up on the welcome screen. So take note of that, and we will be back in 10 minutes. Hello, everyone. We're looking for Bart, and there he is. Bart, people are very excited about the conference.
Me too. I'm excited. I don't have to give all 10 lectures. I'm telling you, listen, like I know it sounded like we were hyping this thing, but I'm telling you, wow. I mean, this is going to be great.
It is a great deal to get lectures from all these speakers.
And the other thing I'll point out, a lot of these people disagree with me on stuff. I mean, like not stuff that like, is the Bible inerrant or anything like that. These are really, really highly trained critical scholars, and we all have disagreements. And it's really it'd be really good to hear some of their views, which are different from mine in some way. So yeah, y'all should definitely go for it. How much of a discount do they get for coming to this thing?
It's 15%.
Whoa. Okay.
Yes, and that's after the early bird discount.
What?
So,
we're giving this thing away. What?
Well, yes. I have heard that. Yes.
Oh my God. Okay. What were we thinking? But anyway, look, y'all, this is going to be great. Okay. Yeah. Enough. Good nuke.
Okay. I will see you on the other side.
Okay. So, welcome back, y'all. And I hope this has been helpful so far. I've got 2 more lectures now that are not dealing directly with why I deconverted, but about issues related to things related to that, like what my disincentives were, which will be this lecture. Let me share my screen once more. There we go. And so this lecture is dealing with what strikes me as a really important question that many people have talked with me about or written me about. A lot of people have have either left the faith or are considering leaving the faith or are wondering whether there are doubts about their doubts. And, maybe they're thinking, well, I've got doubts, but, I'm not leaving the faith. But there are traumas involved with changing your views. And I want to deal with some of those here from my experience and knowing about the experiences of others. And so I'm calling this the traumas of deconversion, emotional, social, and eschatological, which is a fancy way of saying people are, fear what's going to happen in the afterlife. Okay, so let me advance my slide. There we go. Okay. So disincentives to deconverting. To get to some of the disincentives I had when I left the faith, I have to explain what incentives I had to join the faith. As I said, I was always connected with Christianity and active in the church. But when I became born again as a 15-year-old, there were things that were incentives, or at least maybe not incentives for me to convert, but there were things that once I did convert, I thought were benefits to having become a committed born-again Christian. One was very important to me as somebody who lived the life of the mind already as a teenager and was interested in kind of questions of truth and meaning. I became convinced that my form of committed Christianity was true and conveyed the truth. And for me, that was very important, that I wanted to know the truth, and Jesus was the truth. And other views that didn't include Christ as the Lord of the world were simply wrong. And I wanted to know the truth, and I thought I had found it already. Believing in God, I understood God to be the ultimate good, and I chose the good. I knew there was a lot of evil in the world, and I wanted to be on the side of the good. And as somebody who became a committed follower of Christ, I believe then I was on the side of the ultimate good. I found meaning in life. The world is much bigger than, just our physical presence on it. Even though we live in a vast universe, you can find meaning if you're connected with the God who created it all, in my view at the time. It provided purpose for life. One purpose was my recognition that now I had salvation, that I was right with God and with the creator of all things, the Lord Almighty, and that being right with him meant having a brilliant afterlife, and that other people too could share that. And so one of my purposes in life was in order to help others also find this great gift that I had been given. I definitely believed in the afterlife, and knew now that I was going to go to heaven, and was not at all afraid of dying. I remember my Episcopal priest I still went to the Episcopal Church after having this born again experience until I finished high school. And the rector was a fantastic man, really kind and gentle and interesting and insightful and wise and smart. He went to Harvard as an undergraduate and was majored in philosophy. He was a smart guy. But he, at one point when he knew that I really became even more committed to the faith, he gave me a crucifix, with Jesus hanging on it. And I put it around my neck, of course, and I slept with it. And my dad was a little worried about, sleeping with something like that around your neck. What if you choke? And my response was, well, even better. I'll die then. And so eventually, by the way, years later, when I deconverted, I kept the chain, but I took off the crucifix, and I still continue to wear a chain around my neck to, it's kind of a symbolic thing for me. Okay, afterlife. So I had, oh boy, yeah, I was going to heaven. Oh boy, baby. Also, this relates to some of the other things, but I felt like I had a kind of certitude that people didn't have otherwise. People were confused about life and the meaning of it all and what we're doing here. And man, I had the answers. As I studied the Bible more and more, I got more and more of the answers. And man, was I a one certain fellow. I probably was rather unpleasant to be around. I had more answers than questions, but I had certitude. And as somebody who was now one of the chosen ones, I had insider status. That's kind of egotistical of me, but I think I looked at it that way. I'd never put it that way, I never. But it was kind of a one-upmanship. The rest of the world may be going to hell in a handbasket, but man, I'm in there. I'm on the inside. I think these are things that a lot of converts to evangelical Christianity have, and even people who grow up evangelical Christian, and that these are things that were incentives or for me to convert, or at least were things that were benefits of my conversion. Well, when I wanted to deacon, my biggest fears of leaving the faith, one thing is I was going to lose all that. Important to me, to my inner well-being, to my thought processes, to my life, to where I wanted to go in life, to what I wanted to do in life, to what I thought the meaning of life was, to ultimate reality. I had certitude about ultimate reality. Now I was going to give that up. That's big. I thought that if I left the faith, I was afraid that there'd be very serious social disruption. My family, as I said, I'd grown up religious. My family was fairly religious, but when I became born again, I discussed all that at length with my family, and they also became more highly religious. My parents became conservative evangelicals. My sister became a conservative evangelical. My brother never, I'm not sure if he ever identified as a conservative evangelical, but he was a very serious church person. And my parents were to the day of their death. My brother and sister still are committed Christians. And I knew that this would create a rift, in part because I was partly responsible for their kind of turning up the religious fervor. But also my friends were Christian. I got into college with Christian friends. My friends, when I go back home, were Christian. My connections were all Christian. How are you supposed to kind of move on from that if your friends and your family and most of your associates, and weekly church services where you weren't particularly friendly with these people in the sense that you're going to hang out with them, but they're, you get together, you say prayers together, you share each other's burdens, you help each other out, and I'm going to leave all of that. That was really troubling for me. One thing that was really big for me, a lot of people have thought that, some people leave the faith because then, it kind of frees them up and they feel kind of exalted because, they're not under any more restrictions anymore ethically. And I had the opposite thought going into it. I actually was a little bit afraid of leaving the faith because I thought I would no longer have any moral compass. There'd be nothing to kind of guide my actions because as a Christian, I thought that the Bible gave me direction. God gave me direction. I knew how to behave. I knew how to do what was right. I knew what was right. And my sense was if I didn't have God in my life anymore, I'd have no direction in life. And morally, that was repugnant to me because I was afraid of what I might do. I was thinking, oh my God, I leave the faith. I mean, it's like, what's going to stop me from just being like a wild man? I mean, it's like it's going to be an orgy every night. And after I deconverted, I realized that was completely wrong. It didn't have to be an orgy every night. I'm just once a week is perfectly fine. No, I'm kidding. That may get edited out. What ends up happening is, in my case, now I cannot speak for everyone. The people I know who have had a similar experience, though, which is that leaving the faith had no significant difference at all on my ethical life, my moral direction, and that in many ways, I would say I'm more moral now than I was then, more ethical now than I was then. But that's a discussion I'll be holding a little bit further in my next lecture. And so I'm not going to go into it now, but I'll just say it's nonsense that without God, there's no reason to be ethical. There's no reason to love your neighbor. You have no reason to love your neighbor. You have no reason to be completely self-centered now. You're going to just be self-centered because there's nothing else in the world, right? So you're going to just be, and no, it doesn't work that way. At least it doesn't for me. I was especially afraid of the afterlife. When I was a committed Christian, I knew I was going to go to heaven, but then I was thinking about leaving the faith, and I was terrified. What if I was wrong? What if I leave the faith and I had been right in the first place? What's going to happen to me? I want to talk about that fear in particular because it's a fear that many people have, and I want to discuss the way that I dealt with it because it was a difficult thing for me. People who aren't Christian, or aren't religious, or they have trouble kind of getting their minds around this one. Like, really? You're afraid of going to hell? What's wrong? But no, actually, if it's drummed into you, when I was a young child, before I became a committed Christian, we were absolutely were taught about heaven and hell, and we believed it, and it was in my bones. And so if you leave the faith, it's a serious concern. So I want to talk about fears of dying, death, and afterlife. Or I'm sorry, dying, death, and after death. I'm not completely comfortable with the term afterlife because after life comes death. The question isn't about what comes after life. What comes after life is death. The question is what comes after death. That's the issue. And so dying, death, and after death. So I know many people who are not afraid of being dead or becoming dead. They're afraid of dying. And not because of the uncertainties of it, but because of the burden that it creates and the suffering that it can cause. So the suffering for the person herself, that what she might experience and how horrible that can be, but also the burden on family, financial burdens and time burdens, and some people are really afraid of the dying process. And I have to admit that has never been a big concern of mine. I don't know why, but for some people that's the overarching issue. And for me, it was less that. It really was about death and what happens afterwards. In particular, I was afraid that if I blew it and gave it all up, that if I had been right, that God would punish me and I would go to hell. That was a very big fear. And so I had to work through it. I had to work through it both rationally and emotionally. In some ways, it was easier to work through it rationally for me. And luckily for me, going back to, when I was a kid, I tend to be a rational person who tries to allow his emotions to follow his reason, and so I'm one of these really irritating people who points out why fears are irrational, which is crazy because of course most fears aren't rational, and you can't get out of them by becoming rational now. If you're afraid of flying, somebody telling you that you're more likely to die on the route to the airport, it just doesn't help. So I get that. But in my case, rationality helps me deal with my emotional state. My Christian sense was that God, that after death, people would die, their bodies would decompose, and their souls would go to heaven and hell. And if you were not on God's side through Christ, you would go to hell. I firmly believed that, which was one reason that I became evangelistic, trying to convert other people for fear that my friends, my family, they wouldn't go to heaven. And I wanted people to enjoy salvation. And so that was my firmly rooted sense that I had for, my, most of my life up until this. But when I was leaving the faith, and then later when I left the faith, I had certain realizations that helped me think it through in a different way. For one thing, I decided actually to study what the Bible says about heaven and hell. This was one of my recent books where I talk about this. If this is an issue that you're interested in, I have a book called Heaven and Hell, where I talk about where the ideas of heaven and hell come from, because I came to realize they don't come from the Bible. Our view that you die and your soul then goes to one place or the other is not a biblical view. Throughout the Hebrew Bible, the general sense is that when you die, that's the end of your story. You're alive so long as your spirit or your breath is within you, but your breath is not, or your spirit is not an entity that exists outside of you. And so Greeks and Romans had a different view of this, but at least many did. But Jews thought that the human being was a singular entity. It was a material being that was enlivened by a spirit, but the spirit wasn't an independent thing. So you think about the Adam and Eve story. God creates Adam before he creates Eve. He creates Adam, and he makes this clay, this dirt figure on the ground. It's just a humanoid statue, and he's just lying there. It's a lump of dirt. God breathes into it and makes it a living creature. Life is when you've got your breath inside of you. What happens when you stop breathing? You're no longer alive. But even we think, when you stop breathing, when you die and you stop breathing, where does your breath go? Breath doesn't go anywhere. That's what they thought the spirit was. The spirit is the thing that enlivens you. And so when you die and you that's it. For the Old Testament, death is the end of the story. Oh, and by the way, when you get to the New Testament, the teaching again is not that your soul goes to heaven or hell. This is not what Jesus taught. It's not what Jesus taught. I try to demonstrate this in my book. And you might think, oh yeah, what about this verse? What about that passage? But I'm telling you, I deal with all these passages in my book to try and show this was not the belief of Jesus and his early followers at all. They thought there would be an afterlife, but it would be a bodily afterlife. People would be raised in their bodies at the end of time. God created the human as a unitary phenomenon. It was a unit. It was one thing, and a material that was enlivened by breath. And at the end, the bodies are going to come back. God will breathe life back into bodies. There will be a resurrection of the dead. For these Jews, the Jewish apocalypticists like Paul and Jesus and his followers, the end is going to come when bodies return to life at the resurrection of the dead. Jesus was resurrected. His body came back to life. And his followers will be resurrected. Those who do not follow Jesus in the New Testament view are not going to be sent off to hell. There's no hell. They're going to be annihilated. They're going to be wiped out of existence forever. So the Bible doesn't even teach heaven and hell. And so that helped me think, well, maybe, and I realized that where it came from Greek philosophy of all places. But I try to show that in my book, that it's not a biblical teaching. Over time, I also started to question the existence of what we might call the soul. Of course, I don't think the soul goes to heaven or hell, but that's not what the biblical authors thought. But, it sure seems like we have a soul. It feels like it, so what's that all about? At one point, while I was doubting my faith, I really got interested in the instance of Phineas Gage. You all know about him, this 19th century figure. He was not a biblical scholar. He was a railroad worker who he's the guy who had this crazy accident where he was tamping an explosion into a rock wall for making a railway. And he looked away for a second and the thing ignited, and the iron tamper that he was using was blown out of the hole and went up through his jaw area, up through his eye and out through his brain, and landed 80 feet away. And this metal thing, an inch and a half wide, went through his brain, and he lived. And he was still talking afterwards. And it damaged his brain, damaged the frontal lobe rather seriously, but he lived on and his personality changed. Because, well, you're missing part of your brain, your personality changes. And this is, it's in all the neuroscience books and all the psychology books and stuff. I started thinking, I finally realized, what I think of as my soul is kind of like my personality, and it's all tied to my brain, baby. It is neurons in there. I got 100 billion neurons or 80 billion neurons, and they each have like about 10,000 connections. I got 1 trillion synapses, and that's where my being comes from. It's where my thoughts come from, my memories come from, my personality comes from, my desires, my intellect, my thinking, everything comes from that. I started thinking that our soul, somehow it doesn't exist apart from my brain. My mind does not exist apart from my brain. This, of course, is a very long conversation, and every one of you probably has an opinion about it. Some of you are really knowledgeable about it. I came to question the existence of the soul, starting with Phineas Gage. And then I did a lot of reading on it too. I started thinking that there was no soul that was going to live after death, which happens to be the view of the Old Testament. I started being rational about the whole thing and thinking, look, the Bible doesn't teach this. I think that probably I don't understand how I can have a soul. I mean, how I can have a personality and things if I'm really a creature of matter. But then I started thinking, the Christian idea that there's a hell, which is picked up by Islam, and there are other religions that have a hell. The Christian idea is that if you don't believe in Jesus, or if you aren't on God's side, or if you're a bad person, he's going to punish you. But this punishment in Christian tradition is an eternal punishment. If somebody is, say, 30 years old, and they've been kind of cognizant about life and like how to behave for 20 years, they die, and suppose they haven't been the best person in the world, don't believe in Jesus, and and they've maybe done some wrong things. And according to the traditional Christian tradition, they're going to be tormented forever. They weren't well behaved for 20 years, and they're going to be tormented for 20 trillion years, and that won't even be the beginning. What kind of monster is God to torture people, or to allow people to be tortured for trillions and trillions of years, nonstop, never ending, in exchange for a few years of bad behavior? Really? I came to a point where I just didn't believe it anymore. I thought, even before I deconverted, even though emotionally I was kind of tied to the idea of hell, rationally I'm thinking there's just no way. Because if there is a God, this was my opinion at the time, if there is a God, he's a God of love. And it's not going to be 20 trillion years for 20 years, let alone 20 trillion years not even being the beginning of it. So I don't think God is worse than the worst Nazi criminal who ever tortured people, that he's a trillion times worse than that. I just don't believe it. Just didn't believe it. When I deconverted, then I tried to use these thoughts that I'd started having before my deconversion to calm myself down. I really don't believe that I'm going to be punished. And the reason I deconverted was not because I wanted to be a wicked person or I wanted to deny the truth. I was trying to do my earnest best to understand the world and my place in it. And I believed as a Christian that God had given me a brain. And I didn't think he gave me a brain so I wouldn't use it. And I didn't think that what I'd learned as a 10-year-old or a 14-year-old or as a 17-year-old at Moody was necessarily the ultimate truth. I was a kid. I'm using my brain. I'm trying to understand it. This seems more reasonable to me. I just don't believe God's going to punish me for that. But there's another fear of death that many people have, and that I had, the terrors of non-existence. Some people, for some people, this just really, really, really gets to them. The idea that we exist now and we're conscious now, but there will come a time when we don't exist. That is terrifying to people. Just the void, as I used to call it, as many people still call it today, the void, where you die and you no longer exist. How can you get your mind around non-existence? And it's terrifying to people. That was my human sense. I don't know if after converting, but right around that time, it terrified me, trying to imagine non-existence. Of course, in some sense, it's impossible to imagine non-existence, because since we've had imagination, we've imagined existing. Since we've been alive, since we've been able to think, we've known of ourselves as living beings. So we don't have any experience of thinking of ourselves as non-living beings. And so it's hard to do, but it's also it can be horrifying to people. But in the end, I ended up not worrying about that either. And it's not something I worry about now at all. This is one of my rationalistic triumphs. Some people, I guess, can pull this one off and maybe others can't, but this was a triumph of reason for me. I decided it'd be a good time to be rational when thinking about non-existence. And I realized that this has been an issue as I actually started thinking about it and studying it a little bit. I began to realize that it was an issue way back in antiquity. People who didn't believe in an afterlife thought about non-existence. And they had solutions that people today still use that I find rather gratifying and actually reasonable. It makes so much sense to me that it's calmed down my emotions almost completely. Even Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher, who happened, by the way, to be the emperor of Rome at the end of the 2nd century, he dealt with this. And his view was that he was not disturbed by non-existence before he was born. So why would he be disturbed by non-existence after he's dead? What's to worry about? Are you upset that you weren't alive 300 years ago? No, does it really bother you? Does it like really creep you out that you weren't alive then? Well, then why would it creep you out? You're not going to be alive 300 years from now. Or one way to put it is, how upset were you when the Civil War was taking place? You weren't a cognizant being. You weren't a being. You weren't alive. You didn't exist. So you weren't upset by it. You're not going to be upset about what happens after you're gone either. What happens to your body, what happens to your family, what happens to your country, what happens to your world. I don't think I reasoned with myself, look, you don't need to be upset about non-existence and you don't need to be terrified with it because if our universe came into being 13.8 billion years ago, as I think it did, or they change the dates a little bit sometimes, but 13.8 billion years ago, say there was a big bang. That means for about 13.8 billion years, I didn't exist. so it'll go on like that. So I'm far less worried about non-existence than I used to be. That may not help anybody, but it's the way I went. After I deconverted, I had to think about what had happened, both before, with my conversion and then with my deconversion, and had to think through it. And, I'm a retrospective guy, and so I did think about it. I've had a number of people explain my deconversion to me, which is always very interesting to have somebody else explain your personal psychic processes, especially people who have never known you before, people who've never even talked with you once, explaining why you did something. Okay. But, there are a lot of people who get upset, especially if they are committed members of a social group or a political group or a religious group who get very upset when somebody leaves it. They feel abandoned. And when it comes to some of these issues, they feel like the person's gone over to the dark side, and that they don't realize how harmful what they've done is going to be to themselves. And so that makes sense to me. But it is a little bit funny that people try and explain at least to me. I've had a number of people assure me that I was not ever really born again, that I never asked Jesus into my heart, that I never accepted Christ as my Lord and Savior, that I was never committed, that I was never an evangelical. Why? Because they have a theology that says, the way we used to put it when I was evangelical, once saved, always saved. The idea is that a person who has salvation cannot be unsaved. But if I'm denying that God exists, then obviously I can't be saved. If I'm not saved, it must mean I wasn't saved. And so I wasn't sincere. I do get that a lot. About a month ago, somebody told me that they thought I was still saved. They're an evangelical Christian. They're convinced I was going to go to heaven with the evangelicals because once saved, always saved. I said, wow, okay then. That's an interesting view. What can you say? I mean, was I sincere about my faith. Um, uh, there aren't too many human beings on the planet who are more sincere about their faith than I was. I may not have been. I mean, there are some real fanatics out there, but in terms of sincerity, there was no insincerity there. I can just tell you. Many people have told me that the problem is that I was too intellectual in my faith. Sometimes that line is that you just studied too much. You just got to learn you can't learn that much. You just try to know too much, and that ruined you. And a lot of people think that I intellectualized my Christianity and that I never had any kind of personal spiritual existence. These people think that I spent my time kind of reasoning the faith as an apologist or as a scholar, and that it was all up in my head, but I never had a relationship with God through Christ. And all I can say to that is that too is completely wrong. When I was born again, it was not about, not being errors in the Bible, about an inerrant Bible, or about defending the historicity of the resurrection, or about whatever. It wasn't a propositional thing in my head that was just intellectual. It just wasn't that. It was a spiritual experience I had where I actually, wanted to be right with God and thought that Christ, as the Son of God, could be my savior and companion through life. And so it was not that I was just kind of this intellectual nerd into Christianity. The most common explanation I get from people, I get this all the time, and almost always from people who didn't know me, is that the problem was that I was a fundamentalist. And what they say to me is that if you had not been raised a fundamentalist, then when you started having doubts, you wouldn't have left the faith. Usually this is said to me by Christians who are mainline Christians, Christians who don't believe in the inerrancy of the Bible, who think that since my faith was rooted in a fundamentalist understanding of the Bible, once I saw problems with the Bible, I had to deconvert. That's the logic they use. I understand the logic, and it's completely wrong. Again, they don't know anything about me. I didn't start out as a fundamentalist. My first 15 years of my life were as a non-fundamentalist Christian. I was a fundamentalist, I suppose, for maybe 9 years. I should probably do the math sometime. That must have been more than that. 1940, I don't know. But I was probably a fundamentalist for about 9 years. When I left fundamentalism, so what would that be? About 8 or 9 years. When I left, I didn't go off. I didn't deconvert. I became a mainline Christian, believing the sorts of things these people believe. I didn't leave the faith because of my fundamentalist assumptions. I left the faith because I just couldn't believe that there's any kind of God in the world who's active. And so these are all easy explanations for people who want to explain it, maybe to themselves. Or to others, if you weren't a fundamentalist, or if you weren't, but still, as a human being, I do need to explain my own religious experiences. Sometimes I do get asked more genuinely, what do you make of, what had happened to you? How do you explain your conversion, for example? Because now but what do you think happened? And so I just tell them, that I think that there are emotional and psychological reasons for people to commit to particular religious traditions. It's not just within Christianity. People do this with Judaism and Islam and Buddhism and Hinduism. They decide that they want to join this faith community and this tradition, and there's some kind of emotional drive. In my case, I was kind of inherently religious anyway. This seemed to be kind of a step up with the religion I had been on before, and it gave me truth and meaning and purpose. And so it made perfect sense for me to convert. But you don't need to say that God touched my heart, that there was a supernatural intervention for me to convert. And it isn't, again, when I converted, it was a spiritual blast. It was like, ooh, boy, it's energetic. And that's what happens when people convert. A lot of energy gets released. People ask me, well, how do you explain answers to prayer? Because you used to pray and you probably got answers to prayer. So how did that work? My view is, of course, the prayer doesn't get answered. People say, yeah, but I prayed for this thing and it happened. So when I was an evangelical, when I started out, when I was in high school and was converted, I was convinced that the Bible was right, that if you ask anything in Jesus' name, you'll get it. When I lost a particularly important debate tournament one time, I realized that wasn't true because I'd asked Jesus in his name and I didn't win it. So then, it didn't take long for me to realize, probably the other team was praying to Jesus too. And eventually, that one of you got to lose. And so praying to Jesus ain't going to work every time. And then when I got a little bit more mature and at Moody, we said, sometimes, you ask God and sometimes God says no. That's his answer. No. But, that's a convenient thing. That means that prayer doesn't, what difference does it make then? And I started thinking, what difference does it make if you pray at all? Isn't God going to do what's best? Are you going to twist his arm, kind of convince him? You've got better reasons than he knows about, or that he doesn't know you need this. And so I don't think prayer is answered. I think Christians have ways of explaining why they're not answered, but I don't think they're answered any more than hopeful thoughts. So that, today when I have a sick friend or somebody's having a difficulty of some kind, when I send them a note, I won't say, I'm praying for you. I'll just say, I'm sending you many happy thoughts. And so far as I can tell, it's been equally successful. About a year after I converted and became born again, I got involved with a charismatic group where we believed in the gifts of the Spirit, as described by Paul in the book of 1 Corinthians, one of which is the ability to speak in tongues, where a person will begin speaking some unknown language. In the New Testament, in the book of Acts, the speaking in tongues refers to speaking in known foreign languages. When Paul talks about it in 1 Corinthians, it appears to be unknown languages, languages of angels. They're not human languages. Today, when people speak in tongues, it's normally that. It is a unknown language. Tongues, most people don't realize, is a intercultural phenomenon. There are other religious traditions that have this phenomenon known as glossolalia. Glossolalia means speaking in tongues. And I myself received the gift of the Spirit so that I could speak in tongues. And I spoke in tongues when I was a late teenager, speaking in some unknown language that I didn't even know what it was. I could pray in that language and I could do it out loud. And I considered that to be a gift of the Spirit. Today, people say, well, okay, doesn't that show that, the Spirit of God was upon you? And I say, no, I can do the same thing now. And I absolutely can. Promekesi tule. I can just go like that for a long time. So I think it's a psychological condition that people get geared up for it. They get explained how it happens. They start doing it, and it's an amazing thing, and you feel uplifted, but I don't think that there's anything non-physical about it. I think it's just an emotional state that you can get yourself into. What about miracles? Well, what about all those miracles that happen? How do you explain them? I don't think they happen. I don't believe miracles happen. I mean, crazy things happen, but I don't think they are divine interventions from outside. All sorts of crazy things happen. And it isn't just Christians that they happen to. I know as many people who have had remissions of cancer so that it just disappears, who are non-Christian as are Christian and who don't pray about it. It's just a weird thing that happens sometimes. When I was a Christian, we believed miracles because we heard them. And man, we believed just about every miracle we heard. We just believed it, whatever. When I would see miracles, every now and then, like a few times I saw something that we interpreted as a miracle, but as time went on, we realized, yeah, actually nothing happened. I saw people being healed of their nearsightedness, for example, or people having their demons cast out of them. And, it didn't happen. So I don't believe in miracles. I do believe crazy things happen. Wild things happen. Interesting things happen, and they happen to both believer and non-believers. questions leading to my unbelief. I came to question as a Christian. So this is when I'm thinking about deconverting. Here are some of the questions that led to my unbelief that were kind of countering my fears. So I began thinking, do I want to believe out of fear? Is belief really the sort of thing you do because you're forced to? You're afraid you're going to be punished? Is that what being faithful to God is? Being afraid of being punished? Is that what loving God is? You love God because if you don't, he's going to really make your eternity unbelievably miserable? Is that really love? Am I loving my neighbor as myself because I'm afraid God's going to punish me otherwise? What is believing out of fear all about? If I'm believing out of fear, that's crazy, I came to think. What about believing out of inertia? That's what a lot of people do. They were raised this way. They still think this. They've always thought this. So why think something else? That's fine. If I guess, if you don't want to be a thoughtful, reflective human being, but you want to be just kind of an emotive being that just goes with the flow and doesn't really think deep thoughts, that's fine. Just believe what you always believed. But for me, what I always believed wasn't necessarily correct. And so I wanted to know what really was true. What about Pascal's wager? I get asked this one a lot. Pascal, as you know, was a French philosopher in the Enlightenment, who was one of the most brilliant human beings during the Enlightenment and ever. Pascal, at one point, develops a view that has come down to be known as Pascal's wager. And it has to do with kind of a cost-benefit analysis, in a sense. It has to do with figuring out what is the most strategic way to approach faith. Suppose you decide to believe in God and you're wrong. Well, when you die, you're just wrong and you're dead now, so it doesn't matter. So there's no downside to believing in God in terms of your eternal well-being. What if you decide not to believe in God and you're wrong? Whoa, that's bad. So should you believe or not believe? The wager is that if you believe in God, you can't lose. But if you do believe in God, if you don't believe in God, you can lose. So if you're wagering whether God exists or not, you're better off believing he does because you can't lose. That's the wager. Okay, well, that makes sense. So you should believe because you know what harm's it going to do? It might help, can't harm. First of all, is that really belief? Really? Second of all, the very, very big problem with this is that Pascal's wager assumes that it's an either or, that there are two options, atheism or Christianity. What if there are many, many options? What Pascal did not take into account is that if the Muslims are right, you Christians are damned. So believing in the Christian God is not a fail-safe. So it's a crazy wager. So that's not convincing to me. What about the importance of truth? Is truth important or not? You may know that within intellectual circles in the West, issues about truth have been very problematic for the last 30 years or more, because for all sorts of reasons involving kind of theoretical discourses that I'm not going to get into. So I'm not going to be talking at a deep theoretical level now about whether there's such a thing as truth or whether it's accessible or anything like that in kind of the deep level. All I'm saying is, if you believe something, should it be reasonable or not? And if it's unreasonable, should you believe it? If it's unreasonable, it's probably not true. Do you want to believe things that are true or not? I came to think that truth was important, and in part because I became convinced that if something was true and there was a God, then the truth is on the side of God. So God's not the God of falsehood. So you can't believe something that's false and expect to be on God's side. So if you believe the Bible's inerrant and it's not, you're believing a falsehood. I came to think that all truth is God's truth. This is a saying sometimes attributed to St. Augustine, and that you don't have to fear pursuing the truth. You don't have to fear pursuing the truth, because the truth will not mislead you, and you will not be punished for believing the truth. My ultimate question leading to unbelief, maybe it would be better. I would certainly feel more comfortable about believing what I thought was reasonable. Maybe non-belief is better. I came to think that, and I ended up thinking I was right. For me, it's been better. Maybe not better for everyone. I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't be better for you. It's better for me. I'll be talking more about that in my next lecture. Okay, Diane.
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. That was lecture number 3. Have to tell you, a lot of people have jumped over and signed up for the New Insights conference. Great.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Go
So
for it.
it is now, say, 1:05. You want to come back at 1:15
Yeah, that'd be
Eastern
great.
time?
Yep, that'd be great.
Okay.
Okay, 1:15. All right.
Hi, folks. I have 1:15 here. Just want to remind everybody to get your questions into the Q&A down there next to the chat. And we'll be doing our Q&A session, I believe, directly after this next lecture. Is that correct, Bart?
That is correct.
Okay, I'll be disabling chat, and Bart, take it away.
Okay, folks, heading toward the finish line, and I hope this has been helpful for you. It's actually been great fun for me to do because it's allowed me to think about my life some. And so that's been good for me. So let me share my screen once more for this final lecture. There. Okay. This lecture, lecture 4, is called "Is There Life After Faith? Happiness, Purpose, and a Meaningful Existence." I am not advancing my slide. Diane, we'll edit this part out because I was monkeying with my slide a minute ago. And it's messed up.
Is it not advancing?
It's not advancing because I was editing it, and that's weird. Let me stop sharing. See if I can get it to work on my computer. Sorry, y'all. That is really weird.
Okay, we'll edit this part out. And Bart, let me remind you to stay close to the mic.
I will. For now, I can't get the thing to work. Talk about suffering. Oh my God.
That's what you get for editing as you go.
I know. I was just trying to make life easier for everybody. And I think what I'm going to do is call it up again. So just a second. Yes, please. Okay. Just a second. Sorry, y'all.
That's what live recording is all about.
Work. But okay. Let me get back to you. Okay, gang, we're going to try this once more. Seriously. What was that? We having fun yet? Okay, let's try it like this. Okay, we're going to try and share this.
Okay, looks good.
Yep, got it. Okay, sorry, y'all. But you know, that's why we charge so much for this, because we knew we'd mess up. All right, this is a freebie, right? Okay, well, look, here we go. Lecture 4, Is There Life After Faith? Happiness, Purpose, and a Meaningful Existence. I want to begin with talking about the terms agnosticism and atheism. I've been using the term principally atheist and atheism, but I want to talk about the relationship of the terms as I understand them. My understanding of the terms is different from what most people understand by the terms. Most people think what I actually thought when I was considering becoming a non-believer. I just assumed, like almost everybody does, that agnosticism and atheism are 2 degrees of the same thing. That's what most people think. In this view, agnosticism is an agnostic is somebody says, I don't know if there's a God. And an atheist is somebody who says there is no God. And so there are 2 degrees of disbelief. One that is stating ignorance and the other's coming out and saying it. This is a view that is shared by most agnostics and atheists. And those who share these views, I found out once I deconverted, are rather militaristic about their positions, whether they are agnostic or atheist. So basically, with that schema, that there are 2 degrees of disbelief, atheists maintain that agnostics are simply wimpy atheists. they're atheists who just can't bring themselves to say there is no God, and they're just trying to back out of it, or they're just trying to to make sure they don't get in trouble in the afterlife by saying there's no God. They're trying to hedge their bets, and they're just being wimpy about it instead of just coming out and saying what they really think. So that's the atheist negative view of agnostics, which I had no idea. I just thought they're basically, got along. No, I mean, some do, obviously. So agnostics, by this way of thinking things, on the other hand, think that atheists are simply arrogant agnostics. Atheists don't know there's no God. Why do they say there's no God? You don't know. How would you know? You're just being arrogant about it. And so atheists think of agnostics as wimpy atheists, and agnostics think of atheists as arrogant agnostics. And so I get that. And I used to think that there are 2 degrees of things. And I thought, okay, I'm going to become an agnostic. I just don't know. And I identified that way for a long time. Now, though, I believe that agnosticism and atheism are not 2 different degrees of something. I think they're 2 different things. And that you can be both at once. And that I am, in fact, both at once. I'm both an agnostic and an atheist. By that, I mean that an agnostic is somebody who doesn't know. It comes from 2 Greek words, not knowing. So somebody who's agnostic is taking a position on epistemology, how you know what you know. If somebody were to ask me, do you know if there's a divine being in the universe? Do you have some kind of confident thought about that? No, I don't know. How would I know? I'm just I'm a peon like everyone else. I have no way of knowing that there's a divine being in the universe. But if they ask me, do you believe there is? I say, no, I don't believe there is. An atheist is talking about what they believe. An agnostic is talking about what they know. And so I think probably most agnostics really are. I think some agnostics would not say, I don't believe so. They would really say, I don't. But most atheists would agree, yeah, I don't really know. but not all. So anyway, there are different ways of understanding these terms. I'm just explaining this to say this is my understanding of the terms and the way I use the terms. That agnosticism is about what I know, and atheism is about what I believe. With that said, I need to explode another widespread myth that is found among both Christians and agnostics and atheists, that when you are deciding whether you are going to be a Christian or, say, an atheist, that it's a decision you're making about whether to believe or not, whether you're going to believe anything or not. And that actually isn't the best way to put it, because everybody believes something. It's not a question of whether you believe. It's a question of what you believe. And it's an important distinction, and probably most people realize that, but it's important to emphasize it. It's not a matter of belief. It's a matter of what you believe, because everybody believes something. When I left the Christian faith, it wasn't that I became a blank slate without believing anything. I mean, I still believe, for example, I believe in existence. I believe that this world exists. I think I exist. Can I prove that? Actually, no, I can't prove it, but I have pretty good reason for thinking it's true. I believe in the scientific method myself. I think that science can demonstrate things. I believe that history happened. I believe a million things. What do I believe instead of the Christian God? Well, I'm going to be talking about that in this lecture. But I certainly believe the world exists and that we exist, and that there are ways of being in the world that are better than other ways of being in the world. So I've transferred from one belief to another. I have not transferred from belief to non-belief. When I decided to leave Christianity, leaving it for what? This is another way of asking basically the same question. When you leave one place, you go to another place. You never go to no place. You go somewhere. When I was deconverting, I naturally thought about other options. For a while there, before I was really contemplating atheism or agnosticism, I was contemplating Judaism. That made sense to me. I thought that Jesus was a human, a Jewish prophet, and that he showed the way to live, but that he was thoroughly Jewish, and that why shouldn't I just become Jewish? That got nixed as soon as I became an atheist, because I didn't believe there was God, and so I could have become a Jew without believing in God. A lot of my Jewish friends don't believe. There's no point in converting to Judaism for me. I didn't think. What about some other religion? In terms of other religions, I just simply never had. It's just personal. I simply never had any interest or desire to explore other religions in terms of possible places to land. I'm interested in other religions for historical reasons and cultural reasons. But the fact that I'm interested in something like, modern Islam doesn't mean that I want to become a Muslim, or that I'm interested in the Hare Krishna. It means I want to, I never felt any kind of impulse toward any other religion. And so, but there are lots of other options. You can decide not to believe in the Christian God, but to believe in some kind of amorphous divine spirit being in the universe. Or you could become a pantheist, believing that God is involved, is in everything. You could develop a kind of spirituality without religion. There are all sorts of options. What I opted for, what I left for, was basically a form of humanism. I don't believe that there is a spiritual realm that is outside of the natural realm. I just don't believe it. I believe this material world that started with the Big Bang is all there is. I don't believe there's anything that is not material existence in some sense. I don't know what to do about the void. But basically, all of existence, I think, all of our existence, everything that we are cognizant of and everything that we can be cognizant of, had a beginning 13.8 billion years ago at the Big Bang. So I left basically for science, even though I'm not a scientist. But I really believe that we ourselves are material, that when we die, that's the end of our story, and that the world is material, and it too will die. If it's not, I don't think you're going to fry in hell, but I think this world's going to fry when the sun blows up. And I think eventually the second law of thermodynamics is going to have its way, that it's intractable, that there's no way to stop it, and that eventually there won't even be matter left. It'll just, in trillions of years, be scattered molecules. Moving into this worldview, I had to wrestle. I'm going to go back to this point now and develop it a little bit more with the issue of how to be moral and what morality would mean in a world like that. A world that is temporary and transient as a human being who himself is very, very temporary and transient. The world, Earth, came into existence about 4.5 billion years ago. I came into existence about 67 years ago and counting. And I will cease to exist. The world will cease to exist. What does morality mean with somebody with that point of view? And is it possible to lead a good and happy life with that point of view? I've thought a good bit lately about morality and ethics. The book I'm working on now is a book on the ethics of Jesus and the teachings of Jesus about morality and ethics in relationship to the broader world at the time. And so I've been reading a lot of Roman and Greek moral philosophy. Philosophers were the ones who talked about how to behave and why to behave that way. And I've been reading a ton of that stuff. And I'll be putting Jesus in relationship to that, and Christianity and the distinctive Christian ethic in relationship to that. It's made me think a lot about theistic morality. If you have a God, if you believe in a God, how does that affect how you behave morally? And I'm going to have to do this very simply, obviously, because it's, I hope it's not too simplistic, but, why does somebody who's a theist behave morally? Well, many people, in my experience, at least within the Christian tradition, behave in ways that they understand to be moral because of fear of punishment. They need to be a good person because if they're a bad person, they'll be punished. That's not just within the Christian tradition. It's in many traditions, including some Greek and Roman traditions, that you're afraid that there might be some kind of afterlife and you might be punished. That, by the way, doesn't strike me as a very good reason to be moral. You love somebody because you're afraid not to? Why don't you just love them? So I don't know. That doesn't strike me as a very compelling thing. Divine deontology. Okay, well, I had to use one big word here. So deontology is a word that ethicists have long used, going back to Immanuel Kant, which luckily comes from two Greek words. One word for that is something like it is necessary, and logos is like the study of. So it's the study of, or the understanding of what is necessary. There are people, Immanuel Kant is especially known for this, the philosopher, the Enlightenment philosopher, for saying that there are certain things that are inherently right and certain things that are inherently wrong, and we need to figure out what those are so that we can behave correctly. Because if you're human, you want to behave like a human. Being a human means behaving correctly. You need to act rightly. And so there are certain rules, and to find out the rules, you have to figure them out. And so ethicists try to figure out what's the right thing to do. And when you know the right thing to do, that's what you do. Christianity has a kind of view that I don't know if other people call it this. They probably do. I don't know. But I call it the divine deontology, where you know what to do because God tells you. How do you know how to be moral? God tells you. Read the Bible. It tells you the do's and don'ts. So do and don't. This, too, is a problematic understanding of morality, in large part because the laws that God gives in the Bible, many of them are ones that Christians choose not to follow because they don't think they apply to them. They apply only to Jews. But even laws that, should apply to, no reason for them not to apply to Christians. Many Christians don't follow the laws, at least the way they're described in the Old Testament. And, I would argue that many Christians don't follow the teachings of Jesus. In fact, I'm going to be arguing in my book, I'm going to be saying in my book, I actually don't know anybody. Personally, I don't know anybody who's literally followed the teachings of Jesus about how to live. That might seem weird, and people are going to contest that, but I think I could show it. But in any event, I don't think divine deontology works very well. A lot of Christian apologists claim that there is no reason to be good unless you have objective criteria that can guide you. You need to have objective criteria, otherwise you can't know how to live. There is certainly logic behind this, and they can come up with logical demonstrations of it, and I think it's completely wrong. I don't believe in such things as objective criteria for how to behave, because even people who believe in objective criteria believe in exceptions, and exceptions have to be made in light of circumstances. Some people will say they don't believe in exceptions, but they do, and they can be shown to believe in exceptions. Many people say it's wrong to lie, but they think, okay, that God says don't lie, so I don't lie. But there are instances where they think it's right to lie, or don't murder. Well, there are instances which is right to murder. And so some people more sophisticated will say, okay, so the basic criterion is don't lie, don't commit murder. But, it's more sophisticated than that, that in this situation, the objective criterion says you can. But the reality is that our personal experiences in our daily lives don't allow us to apply objective criteria at every point, because the objective criteria have not been formulated in light of all the situations that we face. Moreover, I don't think objective criteria, I think you can empirically show they don't work very well, because people with objective criteria don't all behave the same way. So what good does it do to have the objective criterion? In any event, these are some of the ways that theists behave, and the reasons they behave and how they behave. Is there any logic, though, of godless morality? In other words, if you don't have God, you're not fearing punishment, you don't think God's told you what to do, and you might have objective criteria. You could be a Kantian and develop ways that make sense to you of objective criteria, but most people don't. So what would godless criteria? Let me tell you what my view is. Why are we inclined to be moral, and how do we know what is moral? I think we are inclined to morality. Not absolute morality, but I think that the human race has survived for these low hundreds of thousands of years, precisely because we have evolved in ways that allow us to get along together sufficiently to survive. And that if we didn't have some basic forms of morality that could be manifest in numerous cultures, that the human race would not have survived. We survive because we have evolved in certain ways, and our DNA determines how we think and what we think is right. It's in our DNA at some basic level because of how we've evolved. People who were, so let me just say, I'm not an evolutionary psychologist, but as you probably have noticed, there probably are evolutionary psychologists with us on this, and evolutionary biologists, and I will bow to your authority. In my understanding of things and my judgment of things, without certain kinds of social functions evolving, the human race would not have evolved. And the selection process, the natural selection process, has favored certain kinds of social behaviors. These social behaviors are found at the genetic, they occur at the base, at the genetic level. And so we're born that way. why do you love your children more than your strangers? You think, well, that's just obvious because you do. Well, why is that though? It's a survival mechanism. Your genes survive if you do that. If your children survive, your genes will survive. It's not that your genes are sitting around thinking, well, how am I going to survive here? It's that people who take care of their children tend to have their genes supplied for future generations. People who are concerned more from some person they never know, their genes die out. What it means to be human to me means to be an evolved creature. I know a lot of Christians have difficulty with the very idea of evolution. I find it remarkable that university students sometimes have problems with it. I was with a bunch of students one time drinking, having a Coke or something and talking about stuff at some restaurant. And there are about 10 students there. This is a Chapel Hill, really good school with smart students. And these students were sitting around the table talking about, the meaning of life or something. And they came to realize that I believe in evolution. Yeah, duh. I teach in a university. But these students are saying, oh, really? You believe that we descended from earlier forms of primate? Like they were surprised by this. And I said, well, where did you go to school? Have you had any science classes? You ever taken biology, for example? And they were just surprised that I thought that. And I said, look, the problem is not that I think that we descended from lower forms of primate. I believe we descended from mud. That's a problem. So anyway, I think that we have morality built into us, and being human involves living the way we're structured. Some people are not designed to be very moral, and these people do propagate as well. But the way I'm wired is to care about others as well as myself. And hopefully some of you are.
Bart, are you there? I've lost your sound.
No, I'm sorry. I just unmuted myself. I don't believe that we care for others because of a divine being in the world. I believe we are caring for each other because that's how we are made as human beings. My personal experience as a moral agent is that I feel for other people. And I don't feel that I need to have a logical explanation for it. Apologists who tell me I have no reason to feel for others if there's no God, I think they're just talking nonsense and they know nothing about it. It's like saying I can't like other people. I can't like to help other people. For me, it's like saying I can't like chocolate ice cream. Why can't I? I just do like chocolate ice cream. And I'm not a big fan of fried liver. It's not because there's a logical reason for it. It's the way I'm built. And I'm built to, in part at least, love others. And so it isn't a matter of logic for me. There is a big question about self-centeredness. Isn't being agnostic a road to complete self-centeredness? In my experience, agnostics and atheists are no more self-centered than Christians or Jews or Muslims or anyone else. I think people tend to be self-centered. I've thought a lot about self-centeredness over the last couple of years, largely because I'm pretty self-centered. It's one of my unpleasant sides. I'm pretty self-centered. And I've been trying to think a lot about why I'm self-centered. My view of it is that most people on one level or another are self-centered, some far more than others. I know some people who are really not that self-centered, but many people are self-centered. And I think part of the deal is that especially we who are agnostics and atheists, know that this universe had a beginning, and the universe may not end, but every material object in the universe is going to end, and we are going to end. And, we live in a big universe. There are, we're just a peon just on this planet. On this planet, each of us is just an infinitesimal dot. Well, this planet is just a tiny little dot within the solar system. The solar system is just a tiny dot within the galaxy. There's something like 100 billion galaxy. There are 100 billion stars in our galaxy, and there are something like 100 billion or maybe 2 trillion galaxies, and God knows whether this is the only universe or whether it's a multiverse. I mean, you talk about being a peon, we are nothing, and we're only here for a little bit of just such a short period of time. We realize how insignificant we are. Why are we self-centered? I think many of us feel that if others recognize us as important, and we treat ourselves as particularly important, that it helps ease our uncomfort, our discomfort with being such insignificant creatures. Because at the end of the day, we are hugely insignificant, and we don't like that. And so we like to be the center of attention, or we like to have people praise us, or we like to have people think we're important, because if people think we're important, then we're important. And we're not just this little unimportant thing that's around for a little bit. That's my guess about self-centeredness. But I think it's true even of people who believe. I certainly know a lot of self-centered Christians. I want to point out that in ancient times, before there was Christianity, there was a lot of morality. I've been studying ancient wisdom, ancient philosophical discourse I've actually started studying Plato in graduate school. I read some Plato. I read some philosophy and stuff in college, but I got really interested in Plato, especially in graduate school, and in the Stoics, and in other philosophical schools. In the last few years, I've been just going, and I've taught it. I've actually taught some of that stuff at UNC, but I've been really reading a lot of it, and it made me think a lot about what it means to be a good person with a happy, fulfilling, purposeful life. Ancients thought about that, and they didn't think you needed the Christian God for it. And there's no reason that I can think of to think that they were lying or deceptive about it. They really believed it, and many of them were happy. In the ancient world, people tried to understand, going back at least to Aristotle and before him, why is it that we are different from other animals? And people, you probably have a way of explaining this. There are all sorts of explanations that are out there by scientists and by philosophers. In the ancient world, the basic answer was that unlike other living creatures, other animals, we are rational, and we're the only ones who have sophisticated reason. So we can use our reason, and it makes us different. Ancient philosophers tried to understand, well, then how can I be happy as a human being? How can I be satisfied as a human being? How can I feel content with my life? Well, it's by emphasizing the thing that makes you different from everything else. What makes you different is that you have rationality, you have reason. Some of the key players in this ancient wisdom would be people like Plato, Aristotle, the Stoics, who were a major philosophical school at the time of Jesus and the New Testament, the Epicureans, another major philosophical school, the Cynics. I like all of these groups. I've been reading a lot about all of this stuff and reading their writings, and it's great. And it's helped me a lot understanding how I can lead a life that has meaning and purpose. I don't treat these things like the Bible. And the views these groups have are different from each other, but they're worth thinking about in a world without God, without the Christian God. All of these groups strove for the condition they call eudaimonia. Eudaimonia. Eudaimonia is a term in ancient philosophy that is maybe usually translated into English as happiness. They were striving for happiness. I don't like that translation. Happiness for us is this momentary, fleeting thing where, oh God, I'm just really happy today. And tomorrow you're not. And eudaimonia is not that. It's not a fleeting emotion. It's more like a sense of well-being, a permanent sense that, I'm doing well, and I'm happy with my life I'm happy with my life, and I'm satisfied with my life. So it's like being self-satisfied, but not in a negative way, like really feeling content, like things are good. So eudaimonia is when things are good. So it involves being good and doing good and enjoying good. Eudaimonia, by the way, if you look at that, you can see the word demon. What? And the word eu in Greek means well or good. And so it means a good demon. A good demon. Yeah, demon in this context doesn't mean an evil spirit that makes, gets into little girls and makes their head spin around and have projectile vomiting. A daimon in ancient thinking was a spirit, a spiritual being, a divine being lower than the great gods. And if you have a good demon, it's like having a guardian angel. And so you've got a good life. You got a guardian angels looking out after you. Only there's nobody else looking after you. You're doing it. You're being good. You're doing good, and you're enjoying good. If you do that, you have eudaimonia. Some philosophers thought you got that by virtue. Our word virtue has kind of negative connotations for a lot of people, that you're a goody-goody. The word virtue actually comes from the Latin word vir, V-I-R, or vir, which you get the word virulent from, for example, virile. Vir is the word for male adult, a man. Virtue is the way an adult man should live. Virtue is how an adult man should live, and that means virtue is what it really means to be human, on the understanding that that most people had that women were secondary human beings. But even some philosophers at the time thought that even women could have virtue, even though they were different virtues. And so the virtues, for example, philosophers would talk about the virtues of wisdom or prudence, where you kind of understand how you're supposed to live. Courage, where you're not afraid to do the right thing. Justice, where you are interested in other people being treated fairly. So wisdom, virtue, justice, courage, and self-control, where you just don't go nuts over things, but you control yourself. Because if you don't control yourself, you get into trouble and you get into excess. And it's never good to get into excess. It might seem like it is, but in the long run, it's very bad indeed. So virtue, some philosophers said you should strive for these kinds of virtues, and then you'll be a good person. And if you're good, it means you'll have a good life, which means you'll enjoy being good. Okay, so that was what some philosophers said. Some philosophers, especially the Epicureans, emphasized the importance of pleasure. How do we enjoy life? Well, we have pleasant experiences, so you should strive for pleasant experiences. These philosophers did not think that that meant that you should go out and have wild parties all the time and get completely blasted out of your brain and do whatever you felt like to intensify your bodily pleasure. They actually insisted the opposite, that you should enjoy life by enjoying the simple pleasures. If you go to excess in pleasure, that's a very bad thing. Many philosophers insisted that one way to achieve eudaimonia is by self-sufficiency. These philosophers said, you get upset about things that are outside of your control. You shouldn't get upset about anything you can't control. In fact, you shouldn't worry about anything you can't control. You actually can't control whether you retain your job or not. So you shouldn't worry about whether you've got your job or not, because if you get fired and you're worried about it, you're going to be upset. If you're not worried about being fired, you'll never be upset. You shouldn't worry about being rich. You might lose all your money. Don't worry about riches. You can't control that. You could try to, but you're crazy to worry about it or even to think much about it, because it can be taken away from you. You should think about the things you can control. And some of these philosophers went into great detail and they said, look, what can you control? You can control whether you want something or not. You can control whether you think something is right or not. You can control whether you think an action is moral or not. You can control whether you think something is true or not. Those are the things you should be concerned about. And many philosophers said those are the only things you should be concerned about. So if somebody robs your house, doesn't bother you. You're not worried about that. Somebody, somebody's mean to you, says a snide thing to you, don't worry about that. Somebody treats you badly, don't worry. Those are not things you can control. You can only control yourself. This is a view that many Stoics had, and many people today think, well, that's kind of a harsh way to live, kind of unpleasant and not very joyful. But, they kind of had a point that there are some things, if you can't control it, you shouldn't get hugely anxious about it. And that provides a kind of inner peace. That was their view. Eudaimonia was the standard view among all the philosophical schools. And some of them thought, some were kind of eclectic. They thought, well, you ought to do all this. You ought to live a virtuous life, and you should seek simple pleasures, and you shouldn't worry about things you can't control. All of that seems to many people today to be very self-centered. You mean your morality is based basically on how content you're going to be? Well, what about others? And it certainly can be that, but the point to emphasize is that eudaimonia was understood by most of these philosophers to be enjoyed within a community. And that for you to be content, other people had to be content. And so it was in your interest to promote the well-being of others, at least others who had something to do with you. And so it was simply assumed that, of course, you're going to be friendly with people. You're going to help people in need who are near to you, your friends, your family, and that will make your life better as well. When I think about ancient Christian contributions to how to live, there are certain points that come to mind. You write many books on this thing. One thing I'll point out, though, is that Christians did redefine what community meant. At least Jesus did. In the Greek and Roman world, you were to treat well the people you were connected with, your friends, your family, people on your same socioeconomic status, maybe even all the citizens of your city. Jesus thought you're supposed to treat everybody well, not just those close to you, not just family, not just friends, even strangers, and not just people on your socioeconomic class. Everybody, especially the poor. Christianity emphasized a kind of altruism, where, you shouldn't be thinking about yourself. You should treat others at least as well as yourself. You shouldn't be selfish and self-centered and self-aggrandizing. You shouldn't be egotistical. You should be altruistic. Giving to others should be your priority. I'll say that ultimately, that idea of morality, where you don't worry about how much you have, but you worry about supplying the needs of others, within the Christian tradition, ultimately that was rooted in an understanding of deferred gratification. This is kind of a downside. Sell all you have so that you can have treasures in heaven, says Jesus. So you're supposed to help those in need, but it's so you'll have treasures in heaven. In other words, you're living for the afterlife rather than for this life. That's a part of Christian ethics that I'm not particularly fond of, because I don't think then you're not actually loving somebody for what you give them. You're loving them for what you can get out of it. The value of Christianity for me, I think that I tend to have, look, I'm not a good follower of Jesus. Let me just put that out there, but I do like the idea that I should be good, should be kind, not only to people close to me, but to everyone. I like the Christian mythology of good and evil. By mythology, I don't mean something that's made up or false in the kind of traditional sense. I mean the understanding of the world that helps it make sense to us. The world makes sense to me in light of good and evil. There are good forces in the world and there are evil forces in the world, and I want to promote one of those forces and oppose the other set of forces. And if you say, well, if there's no God, you can't have good and evil. Well, really? I know people say that all the time, but why not? Well, because God has to decide. Well, why does God have to decide what's good and evil? Why can't I decide what I think is good and evil? Many people say, just like they say there's only one ethical, you've got to have objective criteria for how to behave. There's only one objective way of doing what's right. Some people say you have to have an objective good or there can't be any good. And I think they're just making stuff up. They convince themselves of that, but it's absolutely not true. I don't believe in objective goods per se. I think some things are good and some things are bad. It's good when I have a nice sirloin steak for dinner, and it's bad when I'm eating fried liver. I'm just telling you, one's good and one's bad. We say, well, yeah, but there's no objective criterion. Yeah, I know, but I think some things are good. Kindness, gentleness, generosity are good. Well, you have no reason to think that. I'm sorry, I think it. Plato had an interesting view about this. Plato points out that some people say that things are good because they are supported by the gods. Plato asked, is something good because a god says so, or does a god say so because it's good? I think it's certainly the latter. If you have divine affirmation of good, it's because the good exists independently and the divine being is affirming it. It is good. The obvious failure of objective claims is the same thing with good and evil as it is with morality. Good and evil in any kind of metaphysical sense is that different people have different senses of it. And having some claim that objectively, I know that this thing is good and that thing is bad is empirically shown to be false because different people who claim the same objective truths have different views of what is good and what is evil. My own hierarchy of values. I'm just speaking personally here. What do I think is of ultimate importance? I myself, and let me say, I'm not urging you to share this. Be happy if you did, but just my view. I am a humanist. I think the human race is the highest value there is. I think the humans have priority in all of our ethical decisions. Not just our relatives, not just our friends, not just people we like. I think all of the humans. There are lots of philosophers who think that that is narrow-minded and that we should include the whole animal kingdom. I have problems with that view. I'm not a philosopher. I'm not able to argue it at any great length philosophically, but I will point out that there are living creatures that humans harm all the time simply by being humans. It's one thing to say that we should treat all the animals with human rights. Well, what about all the plants? Well, they're different. Well, so are the animals. And even if you say all the animals, do you ever swat a mosquito? Well, that doesn't really count. Okay, well, why do dogs count, but mosquitoes don't? Well, they just do. So people have different judgments, and there are philosophical, like serious arguments, apart from what I'm doing now, that for my view is that the human is to be given priority, and so my priority is to helping humans. How do I know that that's the way to behave, or that's the way to that is the greatest good? Well, I don't know in the sense that there's some kind of logical proof. I don't think that valuing the good is a matter of coming up with a syllogism that proves it, or a mathematical equation. You can't do it with a linear equation. I was born having a sense of what I thought was right and wrong. As I've developed those views. I've read what philosophers and other thinkers say about it, and I've come to decisions about what I think is right and wrong and what is good and evil. My epistemology is that I can't prove it, and either can you, and we may disagree, but I hope we agree that humans should have priority in our thinking about what it means to live and to live well and to live a good life. How can we have meaning and purpose with a life of this kind of morality when we're concerned about other humans, rather than thinking exclusively or thinking at all about a divine being in the world? Can you have mortal meaning and purpose without an immortal being and immortality? My view is that the answer is absolutely yes, you can. And I know that you can because I do. And so it's not of much use for me to have a Christian apologist telling me that I can't have meaning and purpose. I can't? Huh. Well, if something happens, it is possible. And in fact, I do have meaning and purpose. My secular view is that this world is completely material. It came into existence. Our known universe came into existence with the Big Bang. Life came into being through material means. And being human means being a material creature. We are different from other creatures. All creatures are different from one another. We are definitely different in some rather noticeable and important ways. And for us to lead meaningful and purposeful lives means to understand what it means to be human and to live accordingly. With that view, with my secular view, I will readily admit that I have three big unanswered questions and roughly an infinity of smaller unanswered questions. The three big questions that I cannot answer and do not know how to answer, but that I think possibly at some point we will have an answer to are these. I've been talking about the Big Bang 13.8 billion years ago. How'd that happen? I don't know. You can read the physicists, the astrophysicists, the cosmologists, and the people have theories. People have ideas. They don't all agree with each other. But and so don't ask me what was happening before the Big Bang. It's a nonsensical question. It's like, if you're at the most northern part of the world, you're at the North Pole, at a precise point of the North Pole, what happens when you go north? You can't go north. What happens before the Big Bang? It wasn't a big thing before the Big Bang. How could something come from nothing? Well, some philosophers and physicists say that, in fact, something can come from nothing. Or maybe there was something before. I don't know. I don't have an answer. How did life begin? I don't know how life began. I mean, yes, it's a mystery, and people have their theories. Lots of people have their, lots of you may have scientific understandings that would disagree with other people's scientific understanding about how life began, but, it began. I don't know how. How do we have consciousness? By God, I wish I knew. I don't know. Of course, lots of books written about this, lots of really smart people out there. You got your David Chalmers in the world and your Daniel Dennett's in the world, and people write big books about how we have consciousness. They disagree with each other, and I'm just a peon. I don't know how I have consciousness, but I think I do. I can't answer those questions. Believers sometimes tell me that since you don't have answers to those questions, then your view can't be right because it began all with God. Life created God, and God gave us consciousness. That's how it all began. You don't have answers, and we do. But of course, they can't answer where God began and how God came into existence and how God is conscious. Well, they have an unmoved mover. The fact we don't know things does not mean that our basic view is wrong. Ignorance and truth. I don't have any idea how quantum mechanics works. They tell me it does. It makes no sense to me. And people tell me I'm wrong about this, but I've read the books where scientists who do quantum mechanics say they don't understand it either. They know it works. They have some idea of how it works, but they don't understand it. The fact they don't understand it doesn't mean it's not true. I don't understand how my toaster works. I mean, I really don't. I do not understand how it works. I mean, you plug it in and many of you do understand. I don't. The fact I don't understand it doesn't mean that it's not true. My toaster does work. We did begin. We do have life. We do have consciousness, and I don't know how. 200 years ago, they didn't know how molecules worked. It didn't mean there weren't molecules. They didn't know what they were. By the way, even in the ancient world, Epicureans believed in atoms. They didn't know what they were, but they believed in them. So anyway, my view is that we are ultimately finite beings. And as finite beings, we're here for a little while and then we're going to go. Is it possible to be happy as a finite being? For me, this was the big irony. I didn't think, or I didn't know whether I could find meaning in life knowing that this life is all there is. I just couldn't imagine how I could find meaning and purpose in life. and didn't think it could exist. I just become a nihilist. I just become depressed. I've just become despondent. I'd have no reason to live. And oh boy, was that wrong. I'm happier now than I ever was. And I have more meaning in life than I ever did. Why? Precisely because I think this life is short and it's all there is. Why does that make me happy? Because I don't think this life is a dress rehearsal for something else. I don't think this is the practice round. I think this is it. And that means I want to relish it as much as I can for as long as I can, because there's nothing after this. Happiness means grabbing life and relishing it. And for me, as a human being with my DNA, I feel like I have to help other people to help them enjoy life, or I'm not being fully human. I'm being inhuman. And so, trying to enjoy life, trying to find my own eudaimonia, and trying to help others do so is what brings happiness and meaning to my life. Finitude and mortality are not depressing for me at all. They're liberating. I'm not afraid of misbehaving because I'll be punished later or worried about my afterlife. I'm enjoying life as much as I can. I wasn't depressed before I existed. I won't be depressed after I existed. I wasn't depressed before, and I definitely can be happy now. How do I know I can be happy now? Because I'm usually happy now. And so there it is. This life is all there is. It's not a preparation for what comes next. But it is a very big sin, using the term metaphorically, to become solipsistic, to focus on yourself and yourself alone, like you're the only one who exists and you're the only one who matters. If you do that, maybe you're staying true to your DNA, but I don't think so. You certainly would not be true to my DNA, because I don't think we can be happy as self-centered creatures. We need each other. So let me get personal and tell you how I think we should live. Why not? I'll tell you my view about this. How then shall we live? I think we should strive for eudaimonia, for living happily. I believe in bodily happiness. I believe in the simple pleasures of life, of finding simple pleasures. I believe in good drink and good food. I believe in doing the things that bring me pleasure in life without doing anybody else harm, and I enjoy bodily pleasure. But I think excess is a huge mistake, not just because of the hangover or the drug addiction, but because it takes you away from other pleasures that you can have. If you focus just on bodily pleasure, how different are you from an animal who just wants to be pleased all the time physically? You're a human being. And so you need to have other pleasures, and really extreme pleasure can take you away from pleasures of the mind. You should have, my view is we should have an intellectual life. We've been given a mind. We should use our mind and think big thoughts and think deep thoughts and engage in intellectual reflection. We should not be brainless blobs who sit on the couch and watch 10 hours of soaps every day or sitcoms and just don't have any thoughts in our head. Many people are simply material blobs of emotion and thoughtlessness who get through life and, they don't think about it. I just think that's a horrible way to live a life, and it's not being fully human. I don't believe in an actual soul, but I do think that there are things inside of me that aren't simply kind of intellectual and rational and not simply kind of bodily pleasure. I, for one, think that there's such a thing as beauty. And when I think of beauty, when I experience beauty in any form, for me, it brings a kind of satisfaction. And for me, beauty is in all sorts of forms. For me, Renoir is probably my favorite artist. Mozart is probably my favorite musician. And I like watching the NFL. I'm sorry, it's beautiful. The athletes are amazing. I experience beauty in numbers of ways. Nature, I especially think is beautiful. I don't think indifference to our surroundings is very good. I think that we should live not just for ourselves, for others, that promotes our well-being and theirs. I think we should love one another. We should be generous to others. We should be kind to one another, and we should relish our existence. Let me end with my personal recipe. I'll tell you what I do for these things. These are the things I do. I stress family. I love my family. I'm guilty of not loving them enough practically, as many people are, but I just love my family. I'm into my family. I adore my family. Sarah, especially, my kids, especially, grandkids. Can you believe I have 6 grandkids? Family, friends. I really love having close friends. Personally, I don't like having 8 million kind of semi-friends. I like having close friends. I have deep conversations, and I really enjoy, personally, deep conversations about interesting and important topics. I don't like cocktail parties where it's just small talk the whole time. If I'm at a cocktail party, I try to corner somebody and have a real conversation. When I'm with my family, 14 family members over here in England, I like to get one-on-one with people and have a deep conversation. That's just what I like. I like to read, not schlock, not pure entertainment. I like to read serious books, many modern books, but also especially 19th century novels, George Eliot, Charles Dickens, Anthony Trollope. I just love reading serious books that make me think and understand more what it means to be human. I like thinking. I do a lot of thinking. Oh boy, do I think a lot. I like meditating. I have a meditation practice that I engage in every day, 20 minutes this morning, meditate. Various ways of doing it. It makes a huge difference in my life. I love being in nature. Love being outside. I love hiking. I love walking through the woods. I love seeing streams. Mountains. The beach. I just love nature. I love to travel. You can travel even if you don't have a lot of money. You don't have to go, you can just travel outside your town and find every city I've ever been in, every town I've been in has places of beauty. You just have to look for them. You should have enjoyable work. Well, maybe you don't have enjoyable work. I've got enjoyable work. I love my work. But even when I had unenjoyable jobs, I would always try to find something interesting in it, something that I could throw myself into. And for me, that worked, even when I was doing things that, oh my God, they were not seen as enjoyable. I believe in having a good sense of humor and a good sense of self-humor. That helps me enjoy life and not take it too seriously and not take myself too seriously. I really think we need to appreciate others. We need to appreciate the people around us. We need to appreciate where we are. We need to appreciate our senses and what we experience. We need to appreciate the world that we're in. We need to appreciate more than we do. Do I think that all of this contributes to us opposing religion? No, I do not believe in opposing religion. I think religion is a human cultural form that, like other human cultural forms, is problematic. I don't participate in religion myself, but I don't think that opposition to religion makes me happy or anyone else happy, and so I just don't do it. I say what I think, I don't do it. Common goals, different paths. I end with this quickly. We all have a different context. We're all different human beings. We all have different people around us, family, friends, workers, places we live, situations, ways we were brought up. We're all different. So we can't all have the same path. We all have different beliefs. Nobody believes exactly what I do about everything. No one believes what you do about everything. We all have deep commitments. All of us have deep commitments. And I think I'm a big believer in deep commitments, and yours won't be the same as mine. But I really believe in appreciating the other, whether that person is Christian or non-Christian, whether that person is Jewish or Muslim, whether the person is American or Mexican or from Uruguay or from North Korea or from Russia or China. I think we need to appreciate the other who is different from us, not approve of them necessarily, but at least try to understand them and appreciate them. And I think we should fight what we consider to be evil. There are evil powers in the world, not cosmic powers. There's a lot of evil around us, and it don't look like it's getting any better. And we should fight evil in order to promote the good. I think starvation is an evil. I think oppression is an evil. I think evil. I think homelessness is an evil. I think ignorance is an evil. War is an evil. I think we should fight for what we believe is good. And above all, I think we should seek the truth. If we seek the truth and we're sure that the truth cannot lie, then we will live a better life. That does not come simply by sitting around. It involves thinking and reading and talking and meditating and doing what you think is right. All right. Well, thank you. I've enjoyed being with you. I hope these have been of some use. They've been of use to me. And I'm going to stop sharing now, and we're going to move into our Q&A. Diane.
Hello. Why?
Any questions out there?
Any questions? Well, first question is, why won't my video come back on? There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, we have about 420 questions, and that's not a number I picked out of the air. That is the number.
Okay.
So we're going to go for an hour.
Yeah, let's go for an hour and see how it goes. We'll definitely go for at least for an hour. Yeah. We'll probably stop it. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay.
Okay. Welcome to the Q&A portion of our presentation. We have a lot of questions for Bart. Some of the questions are consolidated. We've got the same question phrased in different ways. Let's start with denominations such as Unitarianism or ethical culture outfits and community organizations afford secular approaches to meaningful living in a much appreciated social format. Is there a future for a Jesus-centered Christian secularism or even Christian atheism?
I don't know, but I hope so, because I think one of the problems that many people have leaving the faith, the Christian faith, is that they then, it's part of the social problem, is that the Christian church provides a place of fellowship for people where they can get together with like-minded people periodically, once a week or whatever, where they can share their views of things and talk about important issues and deal with deep topics and support each other and engage in activities together. And there isn't much like that outside a religious community. As this person points out, there are some religious communities that aren't particularly religious. And so those are an answer. There are civic groups and so forth. There really isn't much to replace the church. And I hope that something like a Christian, a Christian atheism, it involves people going out of their way to organize these kinds of institutions. And it's really hard to do, but it's a matter of getting people together who share values, who want to share together. So I hope there's a future for it.
Okay, let's go to a really basic question. How do evangelicalism and fundamentalism differ?
Yeah, this is a very good question. I dealt with it a little bit in my most recent book on Armageddon, because I was talking about fundamentalist understandings of the book of Revelation, and I was trying to differentiate that from evangelicalism. The way I'm defining, so the terms are debated, even among scholars, but the way I'm defining an evangelical Christian is somebody who believes that Christ is the way of salvation by believing in him, and believes that that salvation comes only through Christ, and that a person should share this good news with others. That's why they're evangelical. They are evangelizing to some extent. They're interested in other people agreeing with them and converting to this faith. This faith tends to have a deep commitment to the Bible as the inspired word of God and a direction for how people ought to live and how they ought to behave. In modern times, evangelicalism has taken on a kind of social agenda, to the extent that many evangelicals today do not subscribe to traditional, they don't care really about doctrine so much, many people. Traditional evangelical doctrines would be, the typical things of, the literal virgin birth, literal physical resurrection from the dead, the inspiration of the Bible, the divinity of Christ, the Trinity. These are doctrines that evangelicals would support, but many evangelicals today aren't interested in those kind of doctrinal issues. They're more interested in social agendas. They tend to be conservative social agendas and conservative political agendas. They don't have to be, but they often are. Fundamentalists are all that on steroids. And so they tend to be more vociferous, more insistent, more exclusivist, where the Bible isn't just the inspired word of God that is guiding our lives. It's the inerrant word of God with no mistakes whatsoever. The world was created in 6 days, and and Adam and Eve really existed, and on and on. So fundamentalism is kind of an extreme form of evangelicalism.
Hey, thank you. Here's a personal question. What was it like to be a minister, and did you like it?
I loved it. I was going to talk about it more, but I decided it wasn't as critical as other things I was saying. I was a PhD student at Princeton Theological Seminary. I had been actively involved in the local American Baptist Church, Princeton Baptist Church. And I sometimes would help out during the worship services. I already had a Master's of Divinity degree, so I was trained to be a minister, and so I knew what that was about. The minister decided to leave the church to go for further education himself, and they needed an interim pastor for a year. Since I was already active in the church, they asked me if I would do it, and I agreed to do it. It was my second year of my PhD program. I was taking a full load of classes. I was preparing for my PhD exams, and I had a family, 2 kids, and so I was a very busy guy that year. But I preached most Sunday mornings on the radio. They recorded it, played it the next week on the radio, and I engaged in the regular pastoral duties. It was a very small church, and it wasn't like a Southern Baptist church, which was like really, really conservative. This is a fairly mainline church that was American Baptist. I really loved it. I loved working with the people. I didn't enjoy parts of it. I didn't enjoy doing funerals. I didn't enjoy. I'm not really one of these people who enjoys visiting, doing hospital visitations. I have friends who are pastors who love that kind of thing. It wasn't really my long suit. I did like preaching, though, and teaching and doing Sunday school and such. At the time, I was very much in doubt about my faith. And I considered the pastoral ministry something that was keeping me in the faith, because I saw the need of the congregation for me to be. It wasn't that I never lied to them or anything like that, or put on an air that wasn't true, but I didn't. So I never preached anything I didn't really think. But it was a kind of a tenuous hold to the faith for me that kept me in it, and I more seriously started doubting after leaving it.
Okay, thank you. And this is kind of a related question. Was it hard for you to maintain your interest in New Testament scholarship after you became a non-theist?
No, not at all. not in the least.
I knew that answer.
The funny thing is, I still love New Testament. I do a lot more research now outside the New Testament. I work a lot more in the second and third Christian centuries now. I have friends who are New Testament scholars who have done the same thing for like 40 years. Like their expertise is the letter to the Galatians. That's their expertise. And I'm so interested in so many different things that it's not like that for me. My interest in New Testament studies never dropped off. The New Testament is a hugely important book. It's the most important book in the history of civilization. Why wouldn't I be interested in it? People have trouble understanding why would I teach New Testament if I'm not a Christian? But my wife teaches Shakespeare. She doesn't believe in Shakespeare. I've got friends who are experts in 20th century Germany, mid-century Germany. They're not Nazis. I have friends who teach, who are in philosophy department, who are teach Plato. They're not Platonists. And I have people in the economics department who teach, Marx. They're not Marxists. They could be, but they're not. So like in a university, you don't have to believe what you teach. You're teaching about it. You're not teaching. Not trying to, convert people to it. So that's just how I've always treated the New Testament. And plus I'm in a secular university. I couldn't teach religion if I wanted to, and I can't try to deconvert somebody from religion if I wanted to. It's not, there's a separation of church and state in this country, and I believe in that. So I teach it as an academic subject. I think it's a terrifically interesting academic subject.
Yeah, I noted what you said, that you teach exactly the same thing now that you did when you were a believer.
Pretty much. When I teach something on the historical Jesus, there's very little that I teach that's different from what I used to teach.
Mm-hmm.
Or the Gospels, anything, you name it.
All right, let's stay personal here. How long did your transition from believing to unbelieving take? Was it an instantaneous thing when you decided you couldn't go with any of the explanations for suffering?
Well, it's hard to say because, you could say that I was on the path to unbelief the second I converted. You could say I was on the path to unbelief when I decided I was no longer an evangelical. So, in either case, we're talking years here. So was there a moment at which I really thought I don't believe anymore? There actually was a moment for me. The moment for me was I was going to the local Episcopal church, the Chapel of the Cross in Chapel Hill. My family had gone to that church. I was separated at the time, I think, or maybe just about ready to get separated. But we raised our kids in that church. They were baptized in that church. I'm still going to it. I'm in the church service, and I'm kind of racked with doubt about the faith. And it's time to stand up and say the Nicene Creed. And I stand up with everyone else, and everybody's reciting the Nicene Creed. I realize I can't recite the Nicene Creed. We believe in one God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth. I don't know if I believe that. I realized that the only thing I could say in the creed was the line, he was crucified by Pontius Pilate, was dead, and was buried. That's all I could say, the entire creed. I thought, I just don't belong here anymore. And I felt like, the other people in this church, just isn't right for me, especially because I'm a professor of New Testament. I'm kind of a public figure. It isn't right for me if people know that I don't believe to be participating in their worship service. This is their worship service. And I just felt funny about it. Like it just, some people are going to be upset that I'm here. I don't want to do that. So I stopped going to church, and that's, if there were a moment, that would be the moment.
Okay. Let's zoom out a little bit further. What was your favorite debate with a Christian apologist, and what was your least favorite?
It's easier to
I
say
have my
least.
guesses here.
My favorite debate with a Christian, I've always liked debating Michael Licona. Mike and I are buddies, and we like each other. I'd say we love each other. He's worried about my soul, and I'm worried about his soul. Seriously. He thinks that I might go to hell, and I think that there's no way that he can come to the truth as I see the truth, even if he comes to realize that he's wrong. I don't think there's nothing he can do about it, and that worries me because he can't. He's just too deeply wrapped into it because of his entire life, his ministry, his income, everything. So, but I like Mike. We get along. We completely disagree. Oh boy, do we disagree, at least in the debates. So I like debating him. My least favorite debate, I had several. I'll mention two with Christian apologists. I debated this guy at University of North Alabama named, what's his name? Aaron Butts. And I thought he was a problem debating. I thought he was rude and kind of forceful, let's say. And he just was saying things I thought were kind of nonsensical. Also James White, who's a Christian apologist who's recently tried to explain me. And people can listen to his interview where he says that I'm a completely unhappy person and I'm trying to drag everybody down with me, and that I'm misleading all these young people in the world who hear about me and then leave the faith, and that I'm dangerous, and I debated him, and I just didn't think that he was a generous, nice guy. I mean, he probably is a nice guy. Just when we interacted, it was oil and water. I just didn't like it.
Okay. I was wrong on my guesses, by the way. Let's see, let's move to a different topic. As the leading Christ historicist, which mythicist hypothesis do you find most interesting or perhaps even compelling?
It was about 2 months ago that I realized there was a term, historicist. I was doing an interview with a woman from, I think she was from India, and she was saying, "Now, Dr. Ehrman, you are a historicist." And she went on, and I said, I don't know what you mean. I'm a historicist. What does that mean? She said, "Well, you think Jesus was a historical figure?" I said, "I mean, there's a word for that? There's a word for what everybody thinks?" But there's this group of mythicists,
right?
And the way that mythicists are people who think that Jesus is completely a myth, and I'm sure many people listening to this think this because it's a big thing on the internet, and it's not a big thing in scholarship. Of the thousands of New Testament scholars I've known over the years, there may be some who take it seriously. I don't know, maybe. But the evidence is so overwhelming. I mean, look, I'm an atheist. I've got no stake in this business. I have no stake whether Jesus existed. But to say he didn't exist, why not say that, Julius Caesar didn't exist? Okay, there's more evidence for Julius Caesar, but really? Why not say Josephus didn't exist? Or, God. Anyway, so I don't think it's a helpful position. I think mythicists are doing damage to their own cause, because many mythicists are mythicists because they want to show the fallibility of Christianity and attack Christianity. But I think when you take a position and I think it's just ridiculous, you're not going to probably advance your cause, and they're not going to listen to you. So I think there are better ways to show the problems with Christianity than saying Jesus didn't exist. I am not the leading historicist on the planet. Every New Testament scholar I know well is a historicist and agrees with all of the evidence. Maybe I wrote a book about it, so maybe that's why I'm the leading historicist. I don't know. I'm just writing a book that everybody agrees, that all the scholars agree. So look, the fact scholars agree with this is not evidence that it's right. Let me be emphatic on that point. The fact that there's consensus amongst it has no bearing on the truth claims. But you need to look into why scholars think this. And so anyway, including agnostic and atheist scholars. So in any event, what is the best argument for mythicism that Jesus did not exist? Let me be up front. I don't think there's any good argument for it. But I think that if I were a mythicist, the thing that would convince me the most is an argument that I don't think is compelling, but it is the fact that in the Greek and Roman worlds, we have mythologies that tell stories that are very much like Jesus, about people who did not exist. And so you have people who are miraculously born, who are miracle workers, who can cast out demons and raise the dead and heal the sick, people who ascend to heaven when they die, and that these are people who didn't exist, and that therefore these stories are told about Jesus, therefore he didn't exist. It's a fallacious argument, but it's the one that I would probably, I suppose that's the one that I would emphasize, because it's true, there are figures like that. I do not think Jesus did any of these things, but that has no bearing on whether he existed or not. I don't think he was born of a virgin. I don't think he did miracles. I don't think he ascended to heaven. But that's the fact that there are false stories told about somebody doesn't mean that somebody didn't exist. There are lots of false stories told about Barack Obama. He certainly existed and still does exist. The fact that you tell false stories about him doesn't mean he didn't exist. So you have to decide the Jesus thing on different grounds. And so, yeah, so that's what I think I would emphasize. Yeah.
Okay, and just for those who are interested, Bart's book on Jesus as a real person is called Did Jesus Exist? And speaking of your books, we have a question. Do you ever read critics to your books from criticism of your books from other scholars, preferably the non-evangelical kind? And have you ever found any of their arguments convincing?
I'm trying to think if I know of any books written against my scholarship by a scholar, a non-evangelical scholar. I'm sure, look, we all disagree with each other on everything. I'm not on everything, but I mean, Dale Allison is one of the finest New Testament scholars in the country, and he and I have very similar views about Jesus and the Gospels, but we disagree on things. Amy Jill Levine, excellent, really a high-level scholar. Paula Fredericks, high level. These are all very high-level scholars, and we disagree on things. None of them's written a book against me. Dale Allison wrote an article against something I wrote once, but I mean, it's just, these are just inner disagreements. The disagreements, the big disagreements, the book disagreements are all by evangelicals, so far as I know, and or Roman Catholics. There's a Roman Catholic person who's written a book against me. Especially my book misquoting Jesus. A lot of evangelicals didn't like that. There were at least 4 response books written. My book, How Jesus Became God, there was a response book written by evangelicals. So there are books out there, but I don't know of any by non-evangelical or non-conservative Roman Catholic scholars.
Okay.
May I interrupt here in this Q&A just to throw in a point that occurred to me while I was that I should have said more of to those 974 people still listening and people buying this course. This kind of topic that we're talking about now, these kinds of topics, we're covering a wide range of topics in this Q&A. We're going to cover more and more. I talk about all these things on my blog. And if you don't know about my blog, you really should know about my blog. I've had the blog for 12 years. And I post 5 times a week on articles, 1,200, 1,500 word articles on everything imaginable about the New Testament and early Christianity, going back 12 years. It's because I believe in spreading this kind of information more broadly. But the deal is that to join the blog, you've got to pay a small membership fee. But the but to that but is I don't keep a dime of it. I've never made a penny off of this thing. I do it to raise money for charity. And so every penny that comes in from membership fees goes to support charities that deal with hunger and homelessness, world crises, literacy issues. And so we post exactly where the money goes, how much of it goes. Last year, we raised over $500,000. Diane is closely connected with the blog. She works for the blog, and she doesn't take a penny of the membership fees either. And so I would like you to think about joining this blog because it's where I talk about things. And the point I want to make now is I answer every question a blog member asks, and I have done for 12 years. So if you all join, I don't know, I can still do that, but I've done it for 12 years. All right, Todd, throw that in. So yes.
Let me emphasize those are brief answers. We're not talking about long discussions, and I've put the link to the blog in the chat for people.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go on. This question has been asked by several people in several different ways. Basically, people would like you to talk about how to deal with Christians in their lives, how to explain that they don't believe anymore, how to deal with the reactions that they get, and how to talk to their family members about it.
It's really, really hard, and it's difficult, and there's not one answer. It depends a lot on who you are and who your family is and what your situation is. I do have some advice from experience, my experience, and seeing lots of others go through this. One piece of advice is not to fake it, but to be completely honest. A more important piece of advice is to be loving and not try to trash somebody else's beliefs. Third piece of advice is don't argue about it. You're going to get nowhere. I'm just telling you. If you try to argue somebody out of the faith, it ain't going to work. And in fact, it's going to be counterproductive. That's always the temptation, especially for a recent deconvert, is to try and prove the Bible's full of errors and stuff. Look, you can do this without arguing and without faking it. You don't have to pretend you think the Bible is the inspired word of God. And you also don't have to go after the jugular to prove that there are errors in it. What I think you do is, if you explain to somebody, you say, look, I need to talk, and this can be upsetting, but I need you to know that I've decided I really no longer believe anymore. And I'd like to explain to you why. And then you just explain why. And if it involves, you've come to see that the Bible is a very human book and that there are mistakes in it. I don't think you have to argue with them about it. You just point out what strikes you as a mistake. And they might try and reconcile, and you say, yeah, no, I see that. That's what I used to think. But now I think, you just don't need to go toe to toe. People go to toe to toe, end up very unhappy. It never goes well. And so those are my three things. I think you be honest. You don't lie. You do it in a loving way, and you don't fight about it. And you hope that Chaucer is right, that love conquers all. That your relationships are bigger than your personal beliefs. Sometimes they're not. If they're not, you got to follow the truth where it leads, I think, but you do it in a loving and caring way.
Okay, thanks. On that topic, is there anything that you miss about being an evangelical?
I miss the certitude that I will be going to heaven. I miss the certitude of the world, of knowing all the answers, knowing a lot of the answers, the key answers. I miss the fellowship, not just of evangelicals, but of Christianity. I enjoyed knowing people in the church, having contact with people who were like-minded. I miss teaching Sunday school. I used to love teaching adult Sunday school. So yeah, there are a lot of things that I do miss. And so there's a loss. There's also a gain. I've gained new friends, and I've gained new activities, and I've gained new ways of looking at the world, and I've gained a deeper knowledge of the world. And so there are gains, but there's certainly losses. I would do it any day, though, knowing what I know now.
Okay, we have a number of questions here about your wife and your family and how they reacted and dealt with your change of belief.
Is there a specific one, or you want me to just kind of deal with that generically?
Well, they're specifically asking about your wife, but your family's included. You can deal with it as you like.
Okay, but I just wonder what they're wondering about my wife and family. So there are different components to it, obviously. So okay, so the deal is that I'm on. Sarah's my second wife. We both were married before. When I converted when I was 15, I had a girlfriend, and I converted her, and she followed me to Moody Bible Institute, and we got married. So my first wife was a high school sweetheart. We had two kids. We raised them in the church. We raised them in that Baptist church I was in. Then we raised them, in the Episcopal church we ended up in when we moved to Chapel Hill. We got divorced. We got separated in 1995. And so she also went to Moody, but she wasn't kind of gung-ho about it the way I was. She wasn't like this hardcore guy and woman. She wasn't. But she ended up also, I believe, leaving the faith, not connected with me after our divorce. My kids, my son announced that he was an atheist when he was 8. When he's still going to church. He didn't like church. My daughter held on to her Christianity through college, but then became an atheist. So my kids are both atheists. Sarah, my wife now, is still considers herself a Christian. She is an intellectual. She's a Shakespeare scholar. teaches at Duke, and is an internationally known Shakespeare scholar. She is highly intelligent. She's the best read person that I know, period. She reads massively and remembers almost everything. She's very philosophically oriented. She's especially into Wittgenstein and ordinary language philosophy as they develop from Wittgenstein. She considers herself a Christian still. And she thinks that people who worry about the problem of suffering are barking up the wrong tree. She doesn't think that the problem of suffering is the key issue in Christianity. She thinks that she's really more interested in liturgy and worship and awe in front of the universe. And I don't even know whether she believes in an afterlife or, I don't think she believes the traditional Christian doctrines, but she believes in God, and she is far better read in theology than I am. She reads a lot of sophisticated theology, not the evangelical fundamentalist stuff. I mean, serious philosophical theology she reads, and she knows that stuff. And so she's attracted to that, but she doesn't actually go to church much, and you would not recognize her as, she's not an evangelical Christian. So she's not pious at all, but she stands in awe before the universe, and the Christian understanding of the world is one that she finds to be intellectually fruitful.
Okay, zooming out a little bit from your family, we have a question about whether you have a sense of what makes some people continue to be Christian despite knowing the problematic issues we've discussed, like your Presbyterian minister friends. In other words, why did they maintain faith, but you did not?
Yeah, it's a good question. And it's sometimes it's puzzling to me, and sometimes it makes complete sense to me. The reality, it's true of most of my New Testament friends. Most of my friends in the field of New Testament, they don't agree with everything I say, and they think sometimes I go too far on things. And they, but we all disagree on everything. I mean, we're scholars. Shakespeare scholars don't agree on much either. So we agree on detailed stuff, but the overall picture, every historical scholar, critical historical scholar in the country basically agrees with the overall picture. The exception are the evangelicals and the fundamentalists. But almost all of them still have retained their faith. So why is that? Well, the main reason is because scholarship isn't what destroyed my faith. And so, as I said, I really mean it. You can believe everything I think historically about the Bible and still be a believer. Why do they believe? Well, why does anybody believe? They think they've had experiences in their lives that suggest a greater power in the universe. They believe that that somehow they have at least some kind of distant connection with a greater divine being. They feel at peace because of some relationship with God. Many of my friends don't believe in a virgin birth. My Christian friends, they don't believe in a literal physical resurrection of Jesus. They don't know if there's an afterlife, but they're committed Christians, and many of them are ordained ministers. They're Christians in a non-evangelical sense. Why don't they give it up? I think they don't see any reason to give it up. They believe in the church community. They believe in the good that the Christian community does. They tend to believe they belong to liberal churches that promote the liberal social causes that they agree with. They tend to be socially quite liberal, politically quite liberal, and the church communities they're in are along that line. And so these people who are ministers help people. They help people, and so they're not lying about anything. They never tell any lies about what they think or anything. It's just they're in a context where the kinds of things that evangelicals and fundamentalists worry about are just not even issues, and so it never really comes up. I don't know if that answers it completely or not. Probably not.
Okay, little change of topic. Which translation of the Bible do you recommend, and why do you love the Bible, which is something you said during your presentation?
My preferred translation is the New Revised Standard Version. which just recently came out with an updated edition, which isn't hugely changed, but it's got differences in it. But it's my favorite translation. I especially like it in a annotated edition, like the HarperCollins Study Bible, which is has introductions to each of the books to explain how historians understand these things, and footnotes at the bottom of the page to explain difficult verses with maps and charts, and so it's very helpful. Put together by a group of historical scholars, not just. I suppose they're probably evangelicals on the committee, although I don't really know. They're certainly mainline historical scholars. Many Christians, some Jews, some, I assume, some agnostics. I don't really know. So that's my preferred Bible. Why do I love the Bible? It's a book of ancient wisdom that is deep, that makes me think. There's a lot that I disagree with in the Bible. I love the Old Testament because there are some fantastic stories in the Old Testament, and it's a great book. It's probably the only great book that I really, really like that's not written by a group of geniuses, or real intellectuals. But man, it's a powerful book, in my opinion. And so so there are parts I really don't like at all. I'm not fond of parts of First Timothy. I'm not fond of the book of Revelation. I mean, it's an amazing book. I think it's an amazing book, but I don't love it. I think it's a really dangerous book. But there are books like that. But I really appreciate the Bible and understand it as, it's an important book in our culture still today. And historically, there's nothing like it. So that's partly why.
Okay, thank you. On the topic of scholarship, what was Bruce Metzger's view on the arguments you raised for the problem of suffering?
We only had brief discussions about it. Bruce Metzger, for those of you who don't know, was my mentor at Princeton Theological Seminary. I mentioned that when I said I wanted to go to Princeton because the world expert was there, and it was this Bruce Metzger. Metzger himself was a ordained Presbyterian minister. He was fairly conservative in his theological views. I don't know what his political views were or what kind of social agendas he had, but he was a firm believer in God and in Christ and had a conservative theology. He was not a fundamentalist, and I don't think he would have called himself an evangelical. But many, many evangelical scholars, widely, they really adore him and his work. He was conservative without being a believer in the inerrancy of the Bible. He was incredibly intelligent. He was not intelligent in the way that in the sense that he wrestled deeply with difficult theological issues or philosophical issues. He admitted that he was not philosophically trained or philosophically astute. And that's a fair self-assessment. He was not. The thing about him was he had billions of facts in his head. You couldn't believe the stuff he knew. It was unbelievable. The kind of stuff, and a lot of it was just trivia that was a lot of times amusing because he had a good sense of humor, and he'd come up with some amusing anecdote about some scholar 60 years ago, or about somebody in the Middle Ages, or about somebody in the first century. I mean, he had a good sense of humor, but he was also very serious as a scholar and a very, very committed Christian who believed in the Bible, but did not think, for example, that 2 Peter was actually written by Peter. He thought that it was a forgery. And he said that he didn't agree with these Christian scholars who said that forgery in the ancient world was never meant to be deceptive. He wrote an entire article on this, saying that, of course, if somebody writes in the name of somebody else and they're not that person, it's meant to be deceptive. If it wasn't meant to be deceptive, why would they do it? and if it wasn't meant to be deceptive, why was everybody deceived? So he has these arguments. So the question is, what did he think about this problem of suffering? We only had brief discussions about it. we didn't talk about personal religion or theology very much. We talked about scholarship issues. When I was pastor of the Princeton Baptist Church, I invited him, and he came and gave a guest sermon one time, which was very good of him. And he was a very, very good, kind gentleman. On the issue of suffering, I don't think he had any particular, he never expressed any particular view. He certainly believed in free will, and he certainly believed that there are forces of evil in the world. He believed in the devil, I believe, and he thought that a lot of suffering is caused by cosmic opponents to God, and that God would eventually resolve it, and that if we hold on, it'll happen. So we didn't have deep talks about it, but that's what I recall him saying.
Okay. And speaking of conservative Christianity, how would you have answered the problem of suffering when you were still an evangelical?
When I was an evangelical, I had the view I just described relating to Bruce Metzger on steroids. So I was a very big believer in free will. I was a big believer in the inherent sinfulness of all humanity, going back to the sin of Adam. And so I thought that people behaved in sinful ways, and they were allowed to do that because of the need for God not to program us as robots. I also believed that the devil was active in the world, and that natural disasters were caused by Satan and evil powers. So that explains why humans are evil to each other and why humans suffer natural evil. But that I did believe that God was going to resolve it all. I believed in an afterlife where people could have a good afterlife. I held to views like that even after being an evangelical, in a kind of more metaphorical way. While I was, before I left the faith altogether, the way I tried to explain evil to myself was that I thought there really were forces of evil. I didn't believe in a personal devil, but I thought there's something about this world that is inherently evil, and it manifests itself, and that in the end, whatever God was, God would make it right. I used to, my favorite hymn at this period was "This Is My Father's World." I don't know if you all know that hymn, but I loved it because I especially liked this line that says, "And though the wrong be oft so strong, he is the ruler yet." And I thought, there's wrong and evil in the world, but ultimately God's sovereign somehow. So that was my view before I left the faith. And it's a view I would have now if I was still a Christian.
Okay, thank you. We're going to change focus a little bit. I have a question about the Quran's take on Jesus. According to the Quran, Jesus was never crucified, and someone else similar to him was crucified instead. Can you talk about this belief in early Christian thought?
This is a view that we find attested in early Christianity, that what happened at the end is that that Jesus himself wasn't crucified. Someone was crucified accidentally in his stead. Accidentally from the point of view of the people doing the crucifixion. It was an intentional act because Jesus pulled it off as an identity switch. We know about this view from the church father Irenaeus, who was a opponent of all heresies and wrote a 5-volume book that we still have today that usually goes under the title Against the Heresies. In this book, he describes people who had false views about Christianity, including an early Gnostic Christian named Basilides in the early second century. According to Irenaeus, Basilides had a gospel that his followers accepted as authoritative. And in this gospel, it was claimed that what happened was this: Jesus was on the road to crucifixion, as described in the New Testament Gospels, and Simon of Cyrene was forced to carry his cross for him, as you get in Matthew, Mark, and Luke. According to Basilides, what happened was this. When they arrived at the place of crucifixion, Jesus pulled a miraculous identity switch where he made himself take on the physical appearance of Simon of Cyrene, and he made Simon of Cyrene appear like him, Jesus. The Romans confused their identities and nailed Simon of Cyrene to the cross. So Simon was crucified while Jesus stood by the cross laughing. So presumably Simon didn't think it was so funny. So that was the tradition in at least in this one Gnostic author, Basilides, according to Irenaeus. We don't have independent attestation that that's what Basilides said, but that's what Irenaeus said. He said this appears to have been but the logic for it, by the way, in case you're wondering, well, was Jesus just trying to get off the hook? It's because in Gnostic thinking, in the various Gnostic groups, the idea is that the divine cannot suffer. Christ, as a divine being, cannot suffer, which means he can't be crucified. So this way he gets off of crucifixion by an identity switch. And he's laughing because he fooled everybody and they think they can hurt him. They can't hurt him. And so he's laughing. It's not clear where the Quran picked up the story from. My guess is that they picked it up from Christians telling this story, and the author of the Quran heard it and thought it was right. And so in the Quran, Jesus does not die by crucifixion.
Okay. We have a question here. I watched a roundtable discussion with Christopher Hitchens, Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins, and Daniel Bennett, in which they all seem to agree that the world would be far better off without religion or belief in God. Would you agree?
I heard that conversation too. That group of four, sometimes called the neo-atheists. Mm-hmm. I'll say I think that group of four has done a world of good for us through their books, because they have shown some of the problems with Christianity and with belief and with a kind of religious point of view which denies science. And man, that is a dangerous view if you deny science. People don't day by day ignore science. They like using their iPhones and driving their cars. And, the reality is you wouldn't have satellites in space if we stuck to religious points of view. So that's another story. But these people have emphasized that science really is true and matters. Not that scientists get everything right or anything. The problem is that to different degrees, the four of them do think that religion is dangerous. In some of their writings, they ridicule Christianity, especially, for being superstitious and really outdated, and who can believe that shit? I think that that's the wrong approach. I think that you really don't convince believers to be non-believers by making fun of them or insulting their intelligence. I'm not sure they mean to insult their intelligence, but it comes across that way to some believers. I personally do not think that religion is the problem. I know many atheists do. I don't think religion is the problem. I think the problem is that humans are the problem, and they use excuses to be wicked. And religion is a very easy tool for that. It's quite easy to use the Bible to support whatever agenda item you happen to have. People misuse the Bible all the time. These days, people quote the Bible to support social agendas that are not discussed in the Bible. Abortion is never mentioned in the Bible directly, let alone opposed. And the passages that talk about a woman giving birth prematurely so the baby dies, either under compulsion, in other words, an abortion, don't speak negatively about the abortion per se. I'm not going to get into that. I'm just saying that people use the Bible to support their own views. And sometimes they support their views that are wicked views, I think. But my view is that these people would have done that whether the Bible was there or not, and whether they were Christian or not. People are unhappy, and they take it out on other people. And so I don't know that religion causes more problems than it solves. It might. It does a lot of wickedness in the world, not just Christianity, but Islam, Judaism. Lots of religions do bad things. But lots of religions do good things too. I mean, I would just stick with Christianity, the one I know the most about. I mean, Christianity's done a lot of good for the world. Christianity emphasized the need to take care of the poor. Greek and Roman religions didn't do that, to take care of the outcasts. The Christians invented hospitals, public hospitals. They invented orphanages. They did, so they've done a lot of good. The problem is they've also done a lot of bad. My wish is that the Christians would just read the New Testament and realize how they ought to behave instead of using the New Testament to support things they want to do anyway. So, white nationalists, Nazis use the Bible. That's not good. But I don't think it's the Bible's fault. And I think it's different from saying that it's not guns that kill, guns don't kill people, people kill people. That's not my argument right now. Guns are made to kill things. The Bible's the Bible's just a book. It's not made to kill anybody, but it certainly has led to people die, and it's mainly through misuse in the modern world. So it may have caused more problems than not, but I don't have any way of quantifying that.
Okay. Here's a question about community. Do you have a sacred document? If not the New Testament or Old Testament or the Quran or the Constitution, what would it be and how would it unite your community? And if you're not part of a community of meeting, where does your life fit in? The university community is important and sacred, but its primary goal is knowledge, not ethics. And it hardly unifies its members, however permanent or transient.
Well, I certainly don't have community at my university. I mean, faculty members are known to be at each other's throats half the time. Not my department. My department's great. I have a really good department, and it's been an amazing experience being at UNC Chapel Hill, I've got to say. I mean, this is a great school. I mean, I don't mind saying it is a great school, and it has problems right now. It has very, very serious problems now, but which university doesn't? And my department's great. And so it really is one of the leading departments for religious studies in the known universe. I mean, it's really good. So, but I don't hang out with, I've got a couple of people who are friends in the department. I'm friendly with everybody, but it's not my community. So do I have a sacred book? No, I don't have a sacred book. I mean, right now, Plato is my sacred author. I'm reading him every morning for an hour during my daily devotions. I read him Greek. It's great. Epictetus, he's a sacred book for me too, another Stoic philosopher. George Eliot's a sacred book, wrote sacred books for me. David Copperfield I have books that I really revere, but none that I use as scripture. What kind of community do I have? My community are my family and friends. I don't have a broader community that I spend time with other than, my blog, my blog community, where I interact with people extensively. But other than that, I have my family and friends. And for me, that is more than enough. I don't feel a need, personally. Other people like to do a lot of things in kind of social groups and civic groups and active in communities and that isn't really my thing. I'm a bit of a loner. In fact, I'm a real loner. I basically like to be in my study, reading books and writing, kind of a misanthrope. He's
lying to you folks.
So just, just leave me alone. I want to study here. I'm writing a book. I don't have other communities.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here on a word you said. I know people are going to be asking this question. You said daily devotions. Now, I know you mentioned meditation earlier, but what else are you talking about?
So when I was an evangelical Christian, there was a practice that many of us engaged in, usually in the morning, but it could be any time during the day, when we set aside time to be by ourselves, to read scripture and to pray. And those were called our daily devotions. And they were often called our quiet time. And so those were code words in evangelical Christianity. And so I was saying that now, since I don't, read the Bible devotionally, and I don't have a prayer time. What my devotional time is reading Plato in Greek and meditating. Those are my daily devotions.
Okay. And here's a quick question. Are you still friends with your high school debate team members?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I really regret. 2 weeks ago, we had our 50th year anniversary for my high school, and I couldn't go. I had obligation. I'm in England now, and I had family obligations here, and I just couldn't get back. And I was really sorry because everybody in the debate team got together. There are a couple of people that we've lost. Two people on the debate team, including one on the team with me that won the state debate tournament, and another who was a good friend, who was also my tennis doubles partner. Those two we've lost, but the others all got there. They all were there. They've all had amazing lives. They were so brilliant, and only one of them probably my best friend in high school I still get in touch with. But so we had great email exchanges.
Excellent. All right. A couple people are asking in different ways for you to say more about your born again experience and any other ecstatic religious experiences you had.
Well, I've said pretty much what I would say. I mean, I became convinced that even though I was a church-going, devoted evangelical, sincerely confessing my sins every week and believing in Jesus and believing in God, that I wasn't really a Christian because this fellow said so. And he said, you have to be born again. You have to ask Jesus into your heart. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. Everyone opens the door to me. I will come into him and fellowship with him and he with me. And so you got to do that. And you've got to make a personal commitment, or you're not really a Christian. You're just somebody's born in a Christian society, and it's not the same thing. And he convinced me. He took me out to breakfast and turned the screws and, urged me to make the personal commitment. And evangelicals back then, fundamentalists, used to like to do that in the presence of somebody else. They liked you to make your prayer of asking Jesus into your heart in their presence so they would know you did it. And I didn't want to. I went home, kneeled by my bed, and did it there. And asked Jesus into my heart. And at that point, I considered myself born again. And I had a kind of a sense of elation. Everyone had, as people have in various religious traditions when they convert. That's what happened. Other ecstatic experiences, apart from speaking in tongues, I went to this charismatic group that met every Thursday night. It was run by a couple of college guys, and we had there during those services, people would speak in tongues, and people would interpret the tongues, and people would prophesy, and every now and then somebody would do a miracle. So we had that kind of thing going on. But I don't think any of it was like actually happening. I don't think people were actually speaking foreign languages or people were actually being healed.
Okay, thanks. Different question. Did you ever go through a phase where you were out to prove Christians wrong?
Well, a lot of Christians say that's what I've done my entire adult life.
Yes, yes, they do.
And so it depends what you mean Christians wrong. I mean, I try to prove that the Bible cannot be the inerrant revelation from God. So if Christians believe that, I'm trying to show that they're wrong. I think the Christians are wrong if they think they can historically prove that Jesus was raised from the dead, or historically prove any of it, that you can prove the existence of God. I think that's just wrong. But not every Christian holds those views. Christianity is a remarkably diverse phenomenon. The really weird thing in our country is so many people think, by the way, I meant to say, including these neo-atheists, when you read some of their books, you'd think that fundamentalism is Christianity. And, enlightened Christians, like smart Christians, read a book like that and they say, what in the world are they talking about? That's not Christianity. That's fundamentalism. They're attacking fundamentalism and think they're attacking Christianity. And they think that that they need to be you know that they to be religious is what you got to think. And they say, oh God, that's not it at all. So I would say that what was I talking about? yeah, I forget what I was talking about. The Bible and belief. What was I talking about? Question again.
I don't even know how to formulate it. Were you ever trying to
disprove Christians?
Disprove
So I do not try to deconvert any Christian. If they believe in God, I tell them that I just hope that they have thoughtful reasons for thinking so. If they believe Christ died for their sins and they think the Bible is inspired, I don't want to make people like me. I don't want to deconvert people. If somebody's going to be a Christian, all I want is for them to be an intelligent Christian, an informed Christian. The opposite of an informed Christian is an ignorant Christian. Why would you want to be ignorant? So my students, I don't know of any student who's ever gotten through my class and deconverted in my class. But so I don't encourage them to. No, I'm not out to disprove Christianity. I'm trying to show what's historically the case and what can be historically and philosophically shown and what cannot be.
Okay.
Let me add here that one of the reasons I got distracted then is because I saw somebody had posted that they posted something in a question and they're upset that wasn't asked and they want to know if they have to repost it. And I think, as you said, we've had 400 some questions, and so not everybody's questions, I'm afraid, are going to be answered.
Right. That's absolutely true.
Let's go 10 more minutes. We've gone an hour. Let's go 10 more minutes and call it.
Okay. Here's a double-barreled question. Having been in Israel and visited the holy sites, is there anything in the physical archaeology that contributed to your doubts? And will you be leading tours again anytime soon?
No, nothing in Israel either confirmed or disconfirmed my doubts or my beliefs, period. Archaeology is archaeology. And they don't prove or disprove anything about the faith. I don't have any immediate plans to lead a tour to Israel. I'm kind of remodeling how I do my touring things. But when I do a tour next, I'll announce it on my blog, and so people can find out about it there and hopefully travel with me. I tend to do only small groups, and tend to go to interesting places.
Okay, as you were back to when you were becoming less enamored with Christianity, let's say, as you were discovering the contradictions in the Bible, did you discuss them with your professors and fellow students to see what they thought?
In terms of contradictions, a lot of them I got from my professors. So I certainly discussed them because my first year in seminary, my first semester, I took a class in the Gospel of Luke, and the professor, who I thought was like, God, what does he know? Who later became my idol and my hero because, oh boy, did he know a lot. But at the time I thought, he doesn't know anything. He thinks that Mark and Luke are contradicting each other at this point. Doesn't he understand that is this, and then I had all these reconciliations, and I'd tell them to him and he'd say, oh, that's very interesting. And, and as if and at the time I thought, oh, he's never thought of that. And, years later, I realized he's just saying, oh, that's very interesting. Yeah, actually that don't work. but he wasn't going to argue with me. So at that phase, I did early on. As time went on, I didn't have much discussions with professors because they'd see a contradiction. I'd look at it and say, yeah, that is a contradiction. With fellow students, this is something we talk about all the time. We have, when you go to a seminary, the virtue of going to a Christian seminary, if you're interested in something like New Testament studies or the history of Christianity or theology, as I was, you hang out with these people. You have lunch every day and you spend an hour arguing about whether the Bible supports infant baptism or not, or about this doctrine or that doctrine, or this practice or that practice. And it's all you do is you talk about this, this biblical book or that biblical book. And my entire education was that. At Moody, that's all we did full time. At Wheaton, a lot, but I was an off-campus student for some reason. I didn't have much of at Princeton Seminary, 3 years of that as a master's student, then a PhD student for 4 years. My entire advanced education was doing that kind of thing. So yeah, I did.
Gosh, I have so many questions I want to ask off my list. How about, did changes in your religious beliefs coincide with changes in your political beliefs?
No, that's a great question, but no. I had become socially and politically fairly liberal while at Wheaton. I had been raised Republican. I was a conservative Republican growing up. I was the only kid on my debate team who supported the Vietnam War. I believed in the domino theory at the time. That was my environment. That's what I grew up on. I remained conservative socially and politically through Moody. That was very comfortable views there. When I went to Wheaton, I heard a speech by Adlai Stevenson, and it was the Ford-Carter election, so 76. And he convinced me of the Democratic basic message, and I became a Democrat for my first election. And when I went to Princeton, the evangelicals and former evangelicals I hung out with were all very socially and politically liberal. And so my becoming a non-Christian had no effect on my social agendas or my political views.
Okay. If you had to pick one scholarly book about the Bible as most influential in your career and beliefs, which would it be? Just one.
About the Bible. I mean, the most influential on my view of early Christianity is Walter Bauer's Orthodoxy and Heresy in Earliest Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
But he starts with the 2nd century. He doesn't start with the New Testament. A formative book for me was an old introduction to the historical criticism of the Bible by Werner Georg Kummel, who was a German scholar. When I was doing my PhD exams, we had an exam that had to deal with all of the major interpretive, historical, literary issues connected with the New Testament. And I basically memorized that book. And so I disagree. And now scholarship has moved on significantly, but it did have a big impact in my grounding me in the historical critical understanding of the New Testament. So I suppose that would be one of the books I would mention.
Okay, and this question, maybe this last question, has been phrased several different ways by several different people. They're asking, what can we do to make effective presentations of your arguments to people who do not want to listen?
You have 4 minutes, so I think you're going to get more questions in. If they don't want to listen, then don't talk to them. You can't convince somebody who doesn't want to be convinced. The best way to convert somebody to your point of view is not to argue with them. It's to be kind to them and to make them realize what a good person you are, and to honestly share with them your views with openness and candor, rather than going for the jugular. I say this as somebody who used to wield a sledgehammer in every theological argument I got in, whether when I was a fundamentalist, when I was an evangelical, when I was liberal, and when I was a non-Christian. Man, I just went, I was the debater who went with the sledgehammer. And I just realized after a number of years, it's not the way to do it. I never convinced anybody. You don't convince somebody by arguing with them. So if they don't want to listen to you, then, talk about something else.
I think that's a really important point.
Yeah.
Here's a quick one. Did you ever meet Christopher Hitchens or Richard Dawkins?
I never met Christopher Hitchens, and I really wish I had. I know that he read my book, Misquoting Jesus. He quotes it in his whatever that book is. I did have dinner with Richard Dawkins, and a very nice dinner. He has a reputation of being a really kind of mean-spirited person who makes people cry. People tell me that, but he's a really nice guy. And I enjoyed very much having dinner with him. He's a very smart guy. He's not well trained, or he's not that interested in Christianity per se, and doesn't know a lot about factual information about Christianity. But man, he's a boy, yeah, he's an important figure, I think, and I like him personally.
Yeah.
And Sam Harris, I've never met Sam Harris either, but I've done the Sam Harris show a couple of times,
Right.
and I've had email exchanges with Daniel Dennett, but I've never met him face to face either.
I had dinner with Richard Dawkins as well and found him quite pleasant, I have to say.
Well, okay.
What about that? Okay. Big question. You noted that the theodicy problem arose from the spiritual aspect over the more scientific and political ones of the Enlightenment. Doesn't the solution that emerged and was widely embraced at the time, called deism, address the problem as a perfectly logical alternative to atheism?
Well, it's not the only solution that emerged out of the Enlightenment, of course. There were Enlightenment scholars who were deists. Leibniz, who invented the term, basically pushed the free will argument and argued that since God is perfect, he made the best world possible. And so that's the argument. This is the best of all possible worlds. It's Leibniz's solution, but different people had different answers. And deism did come out of some of these debates. Deism is to be differentiated from theism. Theism is usually understood to be the religion that says that God is active in the world. There is a God, he's active in the world. Deism is the belief roughly that says that there is a divine being, but he's not active in the world. He's off, he's not that bothered with us. That would explain why bad things do happen to us, but while insisting that there is a God. I have to say that for myself, I've never been particularly attracted to deism because I've never seen what the point is. If there is a God and he's got nothing to do with us, why does it matter if I think there's a God or not? And why would I, would I worship him? I guess not. But why does it even matter? What makes you think so? If God isn't present, like in your life somehow, or present in the world somehow, what would it possibly make you think that he exists? So there were ancient philosophers who had a similar view, and the deists sometimes quoted them, especially Epicurus, whom I've mentioned. Epicurus also wrestled with theodicy, and he believed there were gods. But he thought the gods were made of matter, just like we are, made of molecules, made of atoms. And they were perfect, and they weren't disturbed by anything, and they had nothing to do with us, because that'd be disturbing. And so they exist, but they got nothing to do with us. So that's kind of a deist view from the ancient world. I've never seen the attraction. I have time for one more question, Diane, if you got one more.
I do. Question is, I understand your focus and interest was in the New Testament, but how do you deal with the conflicts in the Old Testament? This questioner couldn't get past Genesis.
Oh, you got to get past Genesis. The stories start getting really interesting. Get to Joshua and Judges sometime. You want some interesting stories. Well, I mean, yeah. So I have I mentioned earlier that I do these courses it's called the Bart Ehrman Professional Services. But if you just go to bartehrman.com and look up my courses, I've done 2 courses on the Old Testament, one on the book of Genesis, an entire course on Genesis that talks about the contradictions and the historical problems, the scientific problems, but also kind of what great literature it is in some ways. And so its relationship to other ancient Near Eastern myths, and I do all of that in this course. Then I have a course on the other 4 books of the Pentateuch, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, that I call something like, what do I call it? Finding Moses, I think. It's about Moses. And these books are fantastic as well. So it's absolutely true that the Old Testament actually has bigger problems than the New Testament has when it comes to historical issues and with contradictions and so forth. But it's also a glorious book. I mean, it's not that I believe it, and it's not that I think everything in it is really kind of happy. Oh my God, there are some really awful, awful, awful stories about what God's doing to people he doesn't like. And so I don't like that. But, it's part of our culture, part of our literature, and it is great literature. And so I encourage people to read it. But it's helped read it from a historical point of view, and that's why I've done these courses.
Okay, thank you very much for answering all the questions. I have put links in the chat to Bart's blog and also to his course list. And thank you everyone for coming. Bart?
Yeah, well, thank you all. I think of three things in my professional life. And since my name is Bart, I have them all with B's. One is the blog, which is very important that I, again, encourage you to look at. One is my books. I mentioned several of them that deal with the topics we're talking about today. And the other is my BEPS, my Bart Ehrman Professional Services, the courses. And so if you're interested in the kind of things I'm doing, just check all those things out. So thank you very much for coming. I really appreciate it. I've enjoyed this very much. And I hope to see many of you again in other contexts.
Okay, we will actually leave the chat open for folks to talk for a while. And also the window will show the link to go and register for the new insights into
The New
New
Testament.
Testament. There we go. The conference and the discount code.
Okay, thank you all.
Thanks, Bart.
Yep.
All right, folks, I'm going to put this up. And like I said, I will leave the chat on for everyone. See you next time.